Good morning, everyone. Welcome to EU-CONEXUS Conference 2026. I would like to invite Professor Emmanuel Flemetakis, Vice Rector of Academic and Administrative Affairs, Lifelong Learning and Outreach of Agricultural University of Athens, to open the conference. Thank you, Professor Flemetakis.
Good morning, everybody. Wow, it's a real pleasure to see so many familiar faces and so many new faces also. I would like to welcome you in Athens for our annual meeting, EU-CONEXUS research meeting. It's a real pleasure and honor to have you all here. It seems like yesterday when we had here in the same university a few years ago our first research conference. A long time passed. I think we have become a much more mature alliance. We have grown through many problems. It was a long process, but we faced many challenges, and I think we came out much stronger. And the last events that we had, the last conferences, indicate that every year we are becoming stronger, more people are committed to this alliance. We are really pleased that we are hosting the final research meeting. EU-CONEXUS Plus is finishing this year, so it's a great opportunity to discuss about what we did in the past years, what we didn't do, and why we were not able to do it, to implement it, and what is our plans for the following years. Hopefully, we will have a chance to continue this endeavor, this journey, which make us all, each individual university within the alliance, but the alliance as a total also much stronger. We are facing difficult times in EU, both in political, geopolitical, financial, and academic affairs. And really, the way through these turbulent times is to stick together, to have common plans. I think this is something that Europe have shown to the rest of the world, that education, research, and collaboration is our biggest tools for dealing with these difficult times. We have climate crisis, we have geopolitical issues in our neighborhood, and collaboration is the best way to deal with that. We have done a lot, as I said before, in EU-CONEXUS. We have, after almost very close to 6 years, 7 years now, but we have been able to have many common activities, starting from common academic programs. We're very proud for the Marine Biotechnology Master course that is doing really well every year, and we want to do better. We have established many more common academic activities. We have, starting this year, a lot of joint doctorate theses through Co2Tel. I think we have been discussing about this, but the heart of research in all universities, the core of the research are PhD students. I strongly believe that. And to my opinion, strengthening our joint PhD projects and opportunities will be one of our best tools for strengthening the common research area of EU-CONEXUS. I could say many more things, but I would like to apologize for the short delay also we had this morning. Okay, it's the first day, and everybody needed to find the place to have the registrations. We will be more efficient and faster in the following days. So I would like to welcome you all. I hope you all enjoy your stay, the talks that we will have, and I really hope that this meeting here will be a great opportunity to plan our common research future for the following years. Welcome, and please enjoy the meeting.
Thank you, Professor Flemetakis. Very quickly, I would like also to welcome you from my side. It is my great pleasure as institutional coordinator at the Agricultural University of Athens for EU-CONEXUS to welcome you in Athens and to EU-CONEXUS Conference 2026. First of all, I would like to thank all our colleagues, researchers, students, and stakeholders who have traveled from across Europe to be with us over the next 3 days. We are delighted to host members of the EU-CONEXUS community and guests from across Europe for a few days of scientific exchange, collaboration, and networking. EU-CONEXUS is built on the idea that the challenges we face today require joint efforts across disciplines, institutions, and countries. This conference offers an excellent opportunity to strengthen existing collaborations, develop new partnerships, and exchange ideas that can contribute to a more sustainable future. I would like to thank all of you for being here and wish you a productive, inspiring, and enjoyable conference. Welcome to Athens. Welcome to Agricultural University of Athens, and of course, welcome to EU-CONEXUS family. Thank you very much for being here, and I would like also to invite my colleague, Katerina Kaliabakou, EU-CONEXUS Institutional Research Manager, to welcome you. Thank you very much.
Hello. We are very happy that you are here with us today. We are very honored that you are with us. And as the previous speaker already referred, concerning research, we are far more stronger than we are 4 years ago. The joint research institutes, I think they work much better than they were 4 years ago. And I hope everybody will enjoy this conference. And this is opportunity to have strong collaborations, new collaborations, and we have a lot of sessions during this conference that I think you should try to enjoy them, okay, and build stronger collaborations. Thank you very much. I welcome you again, and I think, and I hope that you will enjoy this conference. Thank you.
I would like to invite my colleague, Vasiliki Tsagou, head of the PACEC Support Office, for the presentation of Crossing Boundaries, Creating Knowledge in the Disciplinary Research Institute of Agriculture and University of Athens. Vasiliki, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Allow me to extend my warm welcome to all of you to EU-CONEXUS Conference here in Athens. It's a great pleasure to have you all with us here. I serve as the head of the support office of our Research and Innovation Center. I will try to give you a brief overview of our center and its research institutes without overwhelming you with a lot of detail at this point. However, there will be a stand of our center during the next 2 days in the conference area where you can pick up printed material for our institutes and discuss further with members of our research team. Let me start with a few words about our center, which I will refer to as PACEC for short. PACEC was originally founded in 2019 as a university research center. A few years later, it evolved into what we now know as a Research and Innovation Center of Agricultural University of Athens. Its role is to provide a unifying and supporting framework that brings together research and innovation from all laboratories and academic units across our university. In its early years, it consisted of 9 research institutes, but as recent years, a lot of societal and scientific challenges emerged. Our university expanded this structure. So in 2026, 5 new interdisciplinary institutes were created that strengthened more the scientific profile of our center. Today, our center brings together 14 research institutes that cover collectively the full spectrum of agri-food, environment, biotechnology, sustainability, circular economy, digital innovation, and One Health, forming a comprehensive ecosystem of research excellence. About its mission and its role, PACEC advances interdisciplinary research and innovation and brings together education, society, and research. Whatever we do is guided by our commitment to bind knowledge, impact, and practice. So overall, the key objectives of our centers are to provide interdisciplinary research and collaborative innovation, to enhance our university's research capacity, to address scientific, educational, and societal needs, and of course to support national and European development priorities. To fulfill this mission, the center undertakes a series of core functions, and these are to conduct research and implement R&D and industrial projects, to collaborate with other international institutions, to provide studies, consulting, and other specializing services, of course to support the students across all the study cycles, to develop and share research infrastructures, and to organize scientific events and disseminate knowledge. All these activities are implemented with emphasis on our commitment to interdisciplinarity, research excellence, common and advanced infrastructures, and of course, being responsive to emerging opportunities and challenges. In this slide, you will see an overview of the structure of our center, and it's 14 institutes. The 9 that form the initial core of the center, and the 5 new strategic institutes. I won't go into the names of the institutes right now because the next part of my presentation will be focused on each institute separately. I will begin with the Institute of Agriculture and Food. It was designed to act as a hub for emerging agri-food issues, promoting innovation, sustainability, and new consumption and production models. It follows closely global trends, such as plant-based foods, sustainable diet, and Mediterranean diet. It focuses on sustainable protein sources and follows the whole from farm to fork chain. The next institute, Institute of Innovative and Sustainable Application of Agricultural Sciences, was established to support education and advisory services in agricultural sciences and to link the knowledge and the research with the needs of these sectors. It also promotes interdisciplinary approaches for the design of environmental policy. The third institute, Institute of Applications on Cellular Technologies, was established as an advanced interdisciplinary unit that brings specialized know-how on cell biology, biotechnology, diagnostics, bioactivity evaluation, micropropagation, and related research applications. Next is the Institute of Experimental Design and Data Analysis. The main objectives of this institute are to conduct applied and multidisciplinary research on these fields, to participate in many projects, to develop know-how and disseminate it through seminars, summer schools, trainings, to support young students, and to develop methodologies for quality control and certification on experimental design and data analysis. And all of these actions are addressed to members of our academic community, to other universities, to research centers, to private companies, individuals, and public organizations. I will continue with the Institute of Plant Nutrition and Soil Quality. This institute was established to promote scientific knowledge and to combine it with practical applications on three core areas: plant nutrition, soil quality, and the fertilizer input management. So the strategic planning of this institute is constructed on 4 pillars, and these are strong interconnection with the workplace, seminars on professional orientation, organization of workshops and conferences, and of course, research and innovation activities. Briefly, some of the research activities of the Institute are about soil health improvement, application of digital technologies in the diagnostics of the nutritional status of cultivated plants, study of iron homeostasis at molecular level, increasing the foliar application efficiency of specialty nutritional products, study of biostimulation and biofortification, and the production of specialty fertilizer products with anti-stress and antivirus actions. Next is the Institute of Bioeconomy. It was designed to address and support the transition from fossil-based systems to circular economy. It works with renewable sources, such as agricultural residues, industry side streams, and municipal organic waste. Part of its mission is to provide high-quality specialization and training for both postgraduate and undergraduate students on subjects that are related to circular economy, such as bioprocessing, valorization of residues, and sustainable resource management. It also develops collaboration with other research institutes, with infrastructures, private and public organizations, and with Greek industry in order to produce bio-based products such as biopolymers, biocomposites, bioactive compounds, enzymes, and biofuels, and environmentally friendly technologies. Next is the Institute for the Study and Promotion of Medicinal and Aromatic Plants. As long as the global industry of medicinal and aromatic plants remains fragmented, this institute serves as a hub, as an incubator that transforms raw natural capital into market-ready innovation without depleting ecosystems. This institute secures supply chains through phytochemical authentication, mitigates fraud, and guarantees bioactive consistency. There are already 2 prize-awarded market-ready innovation. The first one is an organic olive tea that is an organic herbal infusion of olive leaves and some Greek aromatic plants. And the second one is an innovative beer that is enriched with an endemic Cretan aromatic plant. Also, there is the milestone achievement of the Institute, that is Arethusa, the first certified Greek oregano variety developed by the Institute that distinguishes by the high yield in essential oil and its high carvacrol content. Also, the Institute operates a wide range of maternal plantation across a variety of microclimates in order to evaluate germplasm stability and performance. Its work is organized on 3 academic pillars, and these are the cultivation and plant genetic resources, natural product chemistry, and agricultural, economic, and management. The Institute of Price Analysis and Marketing of Agricultural Products and Food follows, an institute that was designed to evaluate and examine the way prices of agricultural products and food are formed and evolve within the national and international markets. It provides the recommendations for policies, also services related to market analysis. It collaborates with other research institutes, academic institutions, organizations, and entrepreneurs. It develops strategic marketing plans, brings together academics, entrepreneurs, community representatives, and policymakers, and, of course, develops know-how and communicates and disseminates it. The Institute of Plant Genetic Resources. The aims of this institute are to conduct research on cropland races and crop-wide relatives. Also, the collection and inventory of plant genetic resources, the enhancement and highlighting of cultural heritage of cropland races, the valorization and the conservation of cropland races, and also to participate in projects and to assist in policy making. The scientific fields of these institutes are plant breeding and plant genetic resources, and here you can see some of its activities that include collaborations with cultural and research foundations, submission of intelligible cultural heritage, organizations of meeting, participations in proposals, and many others. And we move on to the 5 new interdisciplinary research institutes that were created this year. And they respond to complex challenges of our time across the agri-food sector, environment, and health. And I will begin with the Institute of Nanobiotechnology, Sustainable Development, and Artificial Intelligence. It was envisioned as an interdisciplinary hub that integrates nanotechnology, biotechnology, and digital technologies. Its core purpose is to advance sustainable and circular bioeconomy approaches, addressing scientific, societal, and economic challenges. Its mission priorities include the generation of knowledge in nanomaterials, biotechnology, and AI-driven systems, strengthening circular and sustainable bioeconomy, developing high-value innovative products and services, supporting technology transfer, training scientists, open science, data sharing, and responsible innovation. Its application areas are created upon 3 fields: sustainable agri-food systems, health, diagnostics and bioinnovation, and environmental sustainability. I will continue with the Institute of Environment and Biodiversity. This institute was designed to address most of the more pressing challenges of our time. And these are climate crisis, biodiversity loss, invasive species, soil degradation, pressures on terrestrial and marine ecosystems. It brings together state-of-the-art infrastructure, interdisciplinary expertise, and strong analytical capacity. Overall, the mission of this institute is to generate high-quality scientific knowledge and evidence-based solutions for the biodiversity conservation and its exploitation for value-added applications, ecosystem resilience, and environmental sustainability. The core areas of the interest of this institute are biodiversity documentation, biotic and abiotic interactions, ecosystem structure, omics-based insights and bioprospecting, environmental monitoring and modeling, circular economy applications, agroecosystem evaluation, and study of socioeconomic dimensions of biodiversity. It has extended analytical capacities, and these include ecosystem-scale biodiversity assessment, molecular characterization and genetic diversity assessment, multi-omics and chemical analysis, environmental risk and ecotoxicology assessment, biotechnological applications, digital modeling, bioinformatics, and decision support tools. It has access to high technology-rich infrastructure, and you can see on the slide a sample of the equipment of the institute. Next is the Institute of International Cooperation for Sustainable Development and Food Security. This institute was designed to connect knowledge, education, research, and innovation for strengthening food security, resilience of agricultural systems, and sustainable management of natural resources. It responds to challenges such as population growth, depletion of natural resources, and environmental degradation and climate change, forming a multi-stakeholder hub for research, innovation, cooperation, and practical solutions. It is constructed on 5 strategic directions that include international cooperation, sustainable agricultural practices, climate-resilient production systems, human capital development, food security, and healthy food systems. And the overall mission of the Institute is to strengthen the international role of our university and to create a global cooperation platform. The next institute, Institute of Climate Resilient Food Systems, was designed to address the challenges such as climate change, water scarcity, extreme weather conditions. It builds food sustainable and adaptable and resistable to changing climate, food systems. It delivers interdisciplinary research, agri-tech innovation, technology transfer, policy support, and education, of course. Its research pillars are climate-resilient crop varieties, circular economy principles, sustainable cultivation, digital agriculture, and sustainability analysis. Its capabilities include genetic phototyping, soil and cultivation trials, digital and data platforms, circular economy units, control environment, sustainability analytics, and the expected impact of these institutes are high-impact research and patents, new climate-resilient strategies, international research networks, spin-offs and startup, farmer training and digital upskilling, evidence-based policy proposals, and increased water security and food safety. The last of our institutes is the Institute of Health and Nutrition Policy that was constructed to integrate research, policy, and innovation on the interconnected health across humans, animals, plants, and environment. Its mission is to provide interdisciplinary research and innovation, policies, tools, and solutions, education, and to support resilient, fair, and sustainable food systems, and also to participate in research networks, all these aligned with the One Health principles. Its primary fields of activity include laboratory diagnosis and investigation of pathogenic agents, investigation of antimicrobial resistance, understanding homeostatic mechanisms, plant health and plant protection, and also environmental protection. And with this last institute, my presentation comes to its end. I hope I didn't tire you, but there was a lot to cover, and this reflects how much is happening and how much potential there is within our center. We will be glad to continue the discussion at our stand in the conference area tomorrow and on Friday. Thank you for your attendance.
Thank you, Vasiliki, for the presentation. We'll now continue with the session 1, soil preservation, restoration, healthy food production, disease management, innovation, and sociocultural governance. And I would like to invite the chair of the session 1, Professor Maria Papasava from Frederick University of Athens, and Professor Ana Perez Villalba from UCV, Catholic University of Valencia. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning. Welcome everyone to this session 1. Today, I have the pleasure to co-present with Maria Papasava and myself, Ana Perez, from the Catholic University of Valencia, right on the other corner of the Mediterranean Sea. We have the pleasure to present a group of first-line speakers that are experts in the different topics of this session 1. We will start with Dr. Philip Ree. He's an expert in agricultural economy. Yes, you can start going. He's the head of division of bioeconomy for smart farming in the Fraunhofer Institute for Computer Graphics Research in Rostock, Germany. He has used computer imaging and deep learning systems to improve health in different organisms, from strawberries to chickens, right? And his speech today is entitled Smart Farming and Applied Research in Visual Company and AI. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for having me today. The introduction already said a bit like what I am or where I'm coming from. So me personally, I have an educational background in forestry, agriculture, have a PhD in agriculture economics. Anyways, now I'm in a computer science institute. I think that also that at the end of this talk, I will draw a conclusion why that might not only be a nice way to go as a career path, but also it makes sense that we have interdisciplinary connections. Not just computer science, let them run and let them do AI, but also have agriculture and the expertise that I see a lot of in this room and with a different organization involved in CONEXUS, and that they have that they work in collaboration. So something very important to me. And also it's very important for what we stand for as an organization. Fraunhofer is, to those of you who is not familiar with the organization, it's the largest European organization for applied research, meaning that we have a very high focus on high technology readiness level. So it's not different to universities. Our aim is not so much publication, funding, so on. We have the aim to work with the industry very closely. That might also says like we have a total budget, the entire organization, of 3 billion euros, and 1 billion of that comes from industry collaboration. Fraunhofer in the past has been more about collaboration with industry partner from automotive, from the chemical sector. AI was a big part. MP3, for instance, is a data format Fraunhofer is very much known for. But now lately it also discovered other sectors. And in Rostock, so we are very closely associated with the Agriculture University and also with other faculties at the University of Rostock. And due to this connection, we formed something that is now in a group that focusing on application, on AI application in agriculture. As an organization in Rostock, we're not just focusing on agriculture, we focus also on the maritime sector. For instance, we have a platform, kind of a laboratory in the Baltic Sea, where we use all kinds of autonomous drones, everything that is visual computing. So also feel invited to approach me to talk about that if this is more of your interest. However, today I talk more about soil and about AI and the role of AI, what can it be, and also being more specific on computer vision as part of AI. And during the talk, I will sketch a little bit my thoughts about it, what I think is important to be aware of, also to work with this, to see that as a tool to solve problems we face in agriculture or dealing with soil, and how can it be applied in a useful way. And I will then also talk about practical examples, because I'm convinced that often triggers more, or gives you more idea what it could be about. And then when talking about these examples, please keep in mind I don't want to convince you about the examples and how fascinating they are and that everybody should use that. I also would like to trigger some creativity with everybody. So take these examples and also maybe find your own use case. I'm glad to be involved in discussion, but I'm also glad to spike some discussions you all might have. So when speaking about AI and healthy soils, it's important to understand, or obviously, AI does not make a healthy soil. AI can support in capturing knowledge or capturing information soil can deliver to us in whatever form of communication that might be. That could be about plants that appear in the soil, that could be about finding patterns or like finding soil structure. How can we find that, and what kind of tools we can use? And then ideally, or with the capabilities of AI, we can scale these. Scaling means that we have, ideally we might have a satellite, we might have a camera that does not get tired by observing things. And so very often we try to mimic actually an agriculture expert and make this person available to observe like many other, many of the things the person has the expertise on. That sounds like a little bit of general, but I will have some more examples to be more specific. So when we talk about AI, we have like tools about like pattern recognition. We can work with language. We can work about decision making, also make knowledge available through language models. However, I would like to focus on sensors that are very closely to humans. And when we think about these sensors, we might have sensors like an eye, a nose, an ear, something you feel like a heat, or also like a gut feeling. So the gut feeling might also be, for instance, vibrations. So when you actually talk with an agriculture expert in different environments, how do they know where they are and what the environment is? There becomes, or at a certain point, there's not just an observation that can be tracked like with the check mark, but it's a combination of different sensors. And what I also learned when I started at this institute and working more and more with the data is that all of these are basically images to an algorithm. So for an algorithm or to train an AI, and often it doesn't matter too much if it's an image, if it's a noise, because then the sound is actually also a wave. It's a vibration because it's also a wave. And eventually we always visualize that. And when we can visualize something on a computer, we can find patterns often. Maybe there's also just a random pattern, nobody can explain where it's coming from. However, we have quite good chances about that. And this is also like somehow an idea that we often do with AI approaches, often something very similar, independent of the input data. And the beauty is that humans are also quite limited in the sensors that are available. However, technology gives human more possibilities of sensors that are out there. And that could also then be for working more with wavelengths. So with spectral light we cannot see. Or with perspectives a human wouldn't be capable, like working with satellites. So, and then we also not just working with our sensors, like an agriculture expert that would go with no technology on the field, but we can also integrate all these technology possibilities that are out there that deliver information and at this moment often needs to be digested or comprehended, analyzed by an expert. And of course, the beauty is then also that all these technology doesn't get tired. Should not make that much errors, or when it makes an error, it makes a very consistent error. That's also, it's good to know what kind of error you have instead of just having an error and you don't know where it comes from. And it's often just because people are getting tired and before and after lunch, the results are just looking very different. So when we take perspectives and looking at agriculture, I said before, we try to make the same thing over and over again. And we start with different sensors that we then put into a certain scheme. With the sensors and the fields of where we use these sensors, this might show this drawing. I will focus today on examples that are right here, that are in the soil area. A little bit on the tractor, a little bit on the drone, satellite not too much, but there is also more examples out there. I just want to touch also on controlled environments. This is also where we are being active, for instance, observing strawberries, that has been said in the introduction, and also in the animal sector. I also try, no, you cannot see that. In the animal sector, for instance, we also look at cows, we look at chickens, we look at insects. Find, like, for instance, like it's again the expertise of an agriculture expert looking at a cow and see if it's healthy or not, if it's lame or not. This is also, you can change to a camera. We also being in the maritime sector, looking at fish and their moving patterns, or if they have like any kind of infections. And we also look on food supply chains. That is then also, for instance, we have a project looking at chewing gum, or then also at fruit or at wheat, then basically on conveyor belts and also using microscopes. So basically we use all kinds of optical sensors reaching from the microscope to the satellite. And all of them are being then connected in doing something very, very similar in the backbone. And apart from that, we also love to work on different visual lights or on 3D. And when I say we often do something very similar, it starts often with data collection or checking out data that is available, connect these with knowledge from researchers, with experts, and then taking their human knowledge, combine it with something digital, and do a combined training. So it's often we label data, and then we use then more tools than just labeling. We create synthetic data. We make this entire process very much efficient and try to be as good as or as innovative as the tools that come from basic research let us be, but also being pragmatic and using tools that get a solution done. And then we create basically a decision support. We have maybe also sometimes a light degree of automation we enable, but it's often about a visualization, and that person can actually work with that. Because the person will always be like a crucial part of this entire equation. It might be some kind of automation, but often it is that with this information that is available, that there always needs to be an expert that asks a question. And sometimes asking a question is a very difficult part, requires much more intelligence than answering a question. When we look at the tools that we are working with, we are working in an area that is described, or that we can see as something that is technology push and market pull, saying we look at everything that has been pushed from the market, from research side. So technology that might be ready. Maybe there's an interesting study out there, like collaboration partners, that had publications that showed, okay, like a certain thing that works in a closed-up environment, and then we take it to the next level. However, we only do that when we see there's kind of a market pull. And the market pull could be by a private company, very much like to work with private companies, but also from the political side. And maybe it's also a combination. Private companies also like when there's a political pressure, saying, okay, certain farmers now need to document things, or or there needs to be more documentation about water quality, anything like that. The industry likes very much, because also these players, they need to have tools they can make money out of that. So it's a combination where we act, and also we are then being a stakeholder in between. We also give advices to political stakeholders, but also keep very close to the research. With this said, I would like to come to a few examples that outline a little bit more what we are working on in the or looking at healthy soils and working with soils. So in this project, or this kind of product we are developing, it is about the detection of specific species in grassland. And it is also at the market pull, as I mentioned before, has been an EU regulation. So the farmers need to show when they have so when they're working on grassland, they have the chance to get subsidies if they can show like specific greenland species that are that occur on this grassland. I think it's a very fascinating way of allocating subsidies, because it takes a step away from just giving money if you do a certain action, but rather distributing money if the results are what you would like to have. And of course, that is, I think, something you would assume something very logical. So let the expert on the field decide how to reach the aim, and not just tell them what the action should be, because all ecosystems are very different. However, it has an enormous cost when it comes to documentation, or when it comes to proving that there's like certain varieties actually, or that the varieties in the grassland in that sense, or that any kind of a result has been achieved. However, with this drone, and in combination with an AI, where we see the drone as an automation and the AI or the drone as a robot, so you can, and a person does not have to walk, so a drone is much more capable of looking at different fields compared to a human. But at the same time having robust, scalable, efficient AI systems that can analyze these drone images. And basically what we created now is a system where you can upload drone imagery and can detect like roughly 50 species, grassland species, from a drone view. I know we have also these apps available where you can just take a photo and then compare it with pictures in the internet. And then the systems, so also large language models, they're very good in analyzing these images. However, it's not available with drone imagery. It might be in the future, but at the moment, the data is simply just not available. So we also need to understand that the AI and these systems are also only being good in things that they saw before. And when there's like a certain data system or data perspective is not available, you cannot expect from a very strong tool that it's been capable of detecting these things. So this is like one example. And when we take this example even a little bit further, we can see it as one data layer. And so we now have a data layer that shows like so that tells us specific grass or specific plants that are on a grassland. And it's might be then we can use it for different purposes. It's not just for getting subsidies, but it also tells us a story about the soil. When we then understand, okay, in what soil conditions does this plant occur, then we can also draw back conclusions and say, okay, what is the situation in the soil? And we can even get this then so the plant, this map of plants as a data layer. And it's getting then also very interesting if we combine different data layers. Then also we get to a different step of AI and of understanding soils, when we not just see, okay, there's a plant, but also if we can combine that maybe with a water household or with a map of the soil characteristics. And then we can draw even better conclusions. We have a use case for that when we talk about peatlands. And for peatlands, we have a challenge in Northeast Germany or also Northern Europe that peatlands, great ecosystem that can capture a lot of carbon, but it's very hard to measure how much carbon has actually been saved. These systems are, again, very diverse. And that is, of course, if you would like to have like a standard that shows you, okay, this amount of hectare capturing that much carbon, you can make an assumption, but in reality, ecosystems are diverse. And it would be even better if we are being also more precise in understanding or let the ecosystem be diverse and then still get a good measurement about the ecosystem service that has been delivered. So what we do is we combine basically the layer we have for the grassland from the project before. We know like different plant species. We know what they tell about the soil. We use also a surface model, and we also use sensors that is then for the water household. And with these different dots, we can run a model that is then explains us how much carbon is actually been saved or what other kind of ecosystem service has been created out of that. So this makes it more complex, and I see it often in a way that we have with this data layer of plant recognition. We have a puzzle piece that already tells us a story, but it gets very interesting if we have more and more puzzle pieces that we can connect, because then we see the broader image. With this said, I come to another example where we have a very close look at the soil. In this example, we have a camera mounted at the back of the tractor to observe the soil, also to observe the tillage device if everything goes south and something breaks down, but also observing the soil. Image is then, so a camera basically all the time looks at these at the soil, and then why does it look at this? At this moment, we are being in a tractor and we still have a cabin, and there's often a person still sitting in there. In the future, that's likely not the case anymore. And autonomous driving was actually quite good in finding a path, finding a being very precise how they drive forward, and also that they don't, if they see there's an obstacle or there's a human, that they stop. But these systems at the moment are not so good in replacing the person on the tractor when it looks back. Because when the person looks back, it actually controls the quality of the result of their work. And that's something very important and something we haven't solved yet. And we are training a system that basically then understands this is the soil how it should look like, but also says, okay, this is not the optimal soil quality we want to achieve. And then also autonomous vehicle could go back, do the same area again until we reach a quality result that's actually out there. With this, this is the aim at the moment for us, but we're also being very curious about other ideas, what we could do with these images. Maybe you have ideas, say, okay, when I have this perspective of a soil, about like hundreds of hectares when we have that in place, what else can we do with that? Very glad to hear about discussion about that. That is also the device. Now, one more example I would like to talk about is the power of 3D images. And this is something where we look at plants and how they deal actually then with soil or with stress. And it is in plant breeding, many of you might know that the checking of the parameters of a research plot is something very cumbersome, something very time demanding if you would like to know, okay, how many ears are in this plot. We created now a technology that is 12 different cameras that make a snapshot in a very short time, so it's very something robust. There are also phenotyping possibilities out there, but they are very sensitive when it comes to wind or any kind of motion or so. And we have something now very stable. We then create a map or an image of a plant or of a plot that gives us a 3D point cloud. And then with that, we can have a segmentation about all the different wheat ears that are out there. And that gives us the possibility to count them, to understand where they are, where they're positioned, and also the length of it. And the measurement not just takes like a lot of time when a person is checking through that plot and makes a mistake because it's before lunch or it's after lunch, but we have very good results, and these results come to us in seconds. It requires a lot, some computing power, but the results eventually is quite straightforward. This is how it looks in reality. So that's the prototype. Yesterday I was with our partners, so we're also going to have a robot next year. So also these two strong students, they will be gone and can focus on something else. One last piece of technology I quickly want to touch at is the capability of also looking out through a microscope with expertise. And this is something we right now have a spin-off, looking at water quality and basically find plankton. So there are like 60, 70 different plankton that is important. Sorry, I have a fly summary here. Whereas important plankton for water quality assessment. And there's likely also something similar coming from for soil analysis. And when you have, there are laboratories where they look at water quality, where they just have a human in place that I have an expertise and say, okay, I find these plankton and I put this on a list, and then I have like the result of the quality of the water sample or soil sample in the future. And we were capable of scaling this expert to a very large amount. So right now it's not a human looking at these images anymore, it's an AI, and we are being very quick, and time reduction in this labor-intensive work has been around 70–80%. So this is actually where we are. Coming to a conclusion. I said in the beginning that I was, me myself, I'm an agriculture person, forestry person, worked more on how to get innovation into the market. And now I'm working in computer science, and I'm not very good in programming. I think every young person that starts at our institute is way better than I am in programming. But I think the beauty is then in connecting these two expertise and finding challenges where we have the toolbox of AI and actually have a problem that fits to these toolbox. And not just looking at things in a way, if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. That we try to avoid that, in particular when we do applied research. And for that, I think it's very much important that we work together, that we have a good understanding, and this good understanding comes with common projects. So in general, we're also very welcome, very open to collaborate in EU calls. We also do that in the past, and work in an interdisciplinary manner. That's also why I increased the word a little bit. That is for me something very much important, that we see that AI developing not just as a bubble that develops somewhere, but that it's developed as something we can solve problems that are of importance to agriculture, and that we also educate people in what these tools can do. Because I often, sometimes, or I think it has been improvements in the past, but often it has, people have assumption about these tools that they just make up. They think, okay, these tools all of a sudden solve everything. And that's not the case. We need to understand where the limitations are, but we also need to understand where it's a good tool to use to solve a problem. So with this said, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk today, and I'm very happy to follow up with the conversations, and I will be there for the next days as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philip. I think we have some time for some questions. Yes, please.
Hi. Thank you. That was really interesting. Are you training the models at the minute with the data you're getting from the lab as well? Are you making a library? And will that library be open source, or will it be
Yeah, so the question was about like open or closed data, how we handle that. It is a mixture of both. So generally, we don't have like a 100% structure of how the data pipeline works every time, but it depends on a bit with whom we are also working. So when we work together with the industry, they're not keen to publish the data then eventually. If we work on a public funded project, then of course we also provide the data so that people should work with that and then continue working with that. I can also say like often the data part is something that is a lot of work related to that, but it does not solve the problem. So it's also not just data availability, but it's also like how we deal with that. We're working with synthetic data, and also what I think is very important, that we're not just showing that something is possible, but that we also think about tools. And something I didn't touch so far with is it also involves a lot of expertise in working with cameras and working with these systems. And just having an expert about lighting conditions is something very, very important. You can see that like if somebody works with a multispectral camera and does not do a color calibration, you know, okay, then we can stop at this point. It's, you cannot expect something to solve this problem if you don't being an expert on all these different. So it's a bit more, but if that answering your question.
I was thinking more the XRD, for example, we have XRD libraries, we have FTIR libraries, you know, for different species. You'd have it for species. So will you develop such a thing for different species of plants, etc., that we will be able to look and say, okay, that's the library, you have that plant, or you have this plant, and it's at this maturity or that maturity. Do you do that kind of library? Are you thinking about those kind of libraries, which would be eventually, I guess, open source?
Yeah, for the grassland, I don't do that because it's kind of a USP we're developing, and I also need to license that to get money back. So I'm not doing that in that case, but there are other examples where we do that. I showed, for instance, we are being part of the of a wheat database, in EU wheat database for plant breeding, where we then have where we then contribute with like this 3D images and also like showing like plants in different perspective, multispectral cameras perspective. So we contribute to that. But for the grassland, I don't do. I feel a little bit bad about that, but it's we need to get also industry funding. That's also kind of that.
Okay. That's another question.
Yes, we
So
have time for
thank you
more.
very much for the presentation. I just would like to know where you run the analysis. So you have your own hardware where these the AI processes are going on, or how this is done?
Yeah, so we have, didn't touch this so much, but we have quite a big infrastructure that ranges from different kinds of drones, cameras, hyperspectral cameras, so all these kinds, different sensors, laser sensors, and so on. We sometimes construct them in a way. So there are also Fraunhofer institutes that are working on creating new sensors, and we collaborating, or sometimes we build them together as for like to create 3D images. And then for the processing, we have also computer power. We're now starting with a computer, so with a GPU for invested more than $1 million for having this computer power. Because it's often, but we also need to be aware that, or we try to design the products in a way that the training is very intensive and uses a lot of energy. Then we try to scale it down in a way that ideally works on a device. That's not always possible, but we also try to create things that the energy consumption when the product is ready should be quite low. But we ourselves, we train also on internal infrastructure. That we also like to make available for our partners then.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other question? No? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Dr. Philip Ree.
We will now continue with the first group of oral presentations. I kindly remind the speakers to keep an eye on the time. Our first oral presentation is by Dr. Sven Meyer from University of Rostock. The title of the talk is Multiscale Soil Texture Prediction using Multi-Temporal Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 data and machine learning. Dr. Meyer, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for having me. Like Philip Ree, I'm also from the University of Rostock, working for the professorship of geodesy and geoinformatics. And I will not repeat this title, but I might translate it. Actually, I could translate it like, how can we create high precision soil maps for large areas from remote sensing? So why do we need soil texture maps? What's the motivation for that? Okay, if we think about the expectation of the arable farming today, then farming needs to be resource efficient, it needs to be environmental friendly, so sustainable, and we got a lot of regulations in the EU that farming should be climate neutral by 2050, for example, with the Green Deal. But food production has to maintain stable, and so we have to reach always yield maximization. That means that agricultural management must be optimized, and it must be optimized spatially. Because farmers often have the problem that they don't have really the information they need to make a better management. And this is especially also true for soil texture. Why is soil texture important? What is soil texture? Soil texture is the composition of sand, silt, and clay, so the mineral part of the soil, which sums up to 100%, and it is a key factor controlling water retention, nutrient availability, so it is really important for producing vegetables or crops. And remote sensing can actually help us to provide this kind of information on large area, which a lot of other methods cannot do. But there are challenges. So what you see here on the left-hand side is a sand map, and this was predicted with data from a geophysical sensor, so it's very high precision. And on the other hand, like on the right-hand side, you see remote sensing data, and like in between, you see these patterns that you have in the soil map popping up, but there is a lot of noise, and that makes the whole prediction with radar remote sensing or multispectral remote sensing really difficult. And this is true for the field scale, but this is even worse if we go to a large scale. So the prediction using this kind of data is very, very complex because the signal that we have is mainly controlled by the agricultural management. So we actually do not see all the time the soil. So how did we tackle this? So firstly, we made a comprehensive research on available soil data, freely available soil data. We used, for example, the pan-European data set of the Lucas soil data set, which covers the whole of Germany. Then we contacted geological, not authorities, agencies, and they provided about 1,450 soil samples. And I worked a lot of time in smart farming projects, and I had some contacts, so I delivered another 1,100 soil samples on a very fine scale, which makes about 3,200 soil samples. I will not dive too deep into this scheme. Unfortunately, somehow this PowerPoint doesn't really show it the way it was made by me. So this map normally looks a little bit nicer. So this is where we have our sampling data. And what is the processing scheme? It's a normal digital soil mapping scheme, meaning we are using environmental data, and Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 is environmental data. We used all the data from 2017 to 2025 and filtered this data for bare soil pixels, and then made mean data sets, or we created data sets with the coefficient of variation. This allows us to have only one predictor with the information of the bare soil. We used other environmental data sets like digital elevation model, meteorological models or long-term climate data, and also positional data. This was overlaid by the our soil data, our soil samples, which gives us the pixel values, yeah, at the sampling location. And from now on, it's a normal machine learning approach where we use a random forest to train this model to predict the soil texture components. This is a little bit tricky because, as I said, it's compositional data, so it's a bit tricky. It's not like normal machine learning. You have to be aware that you have to end up at the end at 100%, not more, not less. We used after training our models and after hyperparameter tuning, we made a model evaluation, created evaluation metrics, and then took the best models at all these scales to predict the soil maps. So how do these predictors look like I just talked about? This is the digital elevation model. This we only had to download, but this is now the Sentinel data filtered for bare soil pixel for the whole of Germany, yeah, and mean. And we did the same thing with the radar data. We also used other indices as well. And if we zoom in to the farm scale, we can see now that we have a resolution of 10 meter, and we can already see different patterns also at farm scale. So how good do these trained models perform? This is shown here. This is the national scale. Those are the data sets coming from the federal states in Germany, or from three federal states. And this is the farm scale. What we can see is, this is the main thing I like to say is, if we add all the data together, we actually produce the best model, because the model is capable of really learning all the variability that is in the data. Because if we do not have enough data, if we only have small data sets, the variability that the model can learn is very limited. And that at the end gives a not so precise model, and we cannot transfer it. So this is true for the sand data. So we have a R-square of 0.776. That's already a very good value, I would say. If we go to the clay data, it's more tricky because clay is underrepresented in Germany. And that is really difficult for the model now to learn this part here, because it's not in the data. And that makes it problematic because we still have a little bias in there that is really hard to remove. Still, we use these kind of trained models to predict soil texture data for the whole of Germany. This is a 10-meter resolution. And what you can see here are typical patterns that we have in Germany, like very sandy soils in the north of Germany, while in the south we have more clayey and silty soils. Yeah? This is sand content, this is the clay content, this is the silt content that we predicted. And if we zoom now to the farm scale, then you can realize, or you will see, that we can see really the heterogeneity at the farms. These are evolving over fields. And if you remember the first picture I showed you, the high-precision soil texture map, generated with geophysical data, you see this here again, and this is now the remote sensing product. For sure, it has a lower resolution. Yeah, this one is 2 meter, this one is 10 meter. But what we can see here is now we see the same patterns, and that actually makes this soil map usable, for example, for agricultural production. So to conclude, with this with the multispectral analysis of the Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 data, we were capable to produce and predict accurate soil texture maps of the topsoil. This soil texture is available at a 10-meter pixel resolution for the whole of Germany, and can be used at every agricultural site in Germany. And I hope I could show you that if you use this multi-temporal approach, you can really reduce the influence of the agricultural management to use also this kind of remote sensing data to predict soil variables. You could also use it, for example, for sea orcas or stuff like that. So this data can be used for site-specific management, and this is, I think, something where the agriculture needs to go in the future if we want to fulfill these goals that agriculture has to tackle in the upcoming years. If it needs to be, if we want to be climate neutral, we need to have a management that is really site-specific, so that we, for example, could do or could store a sea orc in soils. And soil texture is a key component that we need to know if we want to use or if we want to create a site-adjusted management. And that's it. If you have questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Meyer. Are there any questions? We have time for one question.
How many targets at the water? How many targets? What do you mean by targets?
So you had the three results, you play with the
So it's two variables. So because you have a composition, and you cannot take all three, because otherwise your soil data will be at certain points over 100% or below. Yeah. So what you do is you transfer the data logarithmic, and then take two of these the logarithmic two variables, create two models, and the third component is just calculated by inverting the two other components. And then you're at 100%. That's one possibility to do this kind of stuff. The other would be to predict three components and then do a post-processing, to bring it to 100%.
Clear. Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We will now give the floor to the next speaker, Professor Konstantinos Aliferis. He's a professor at the McGill University, Agricultural University of Athens. He's an expert in a group of molecules that change our human's life, which are pesticides. And he's leading a lab at the Laboratory of Pesticide Science Department. The title of his talk today is From Molecules to Coastlines, an R&D pipeline on biological for sustainable urban coastal agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. Good morning to everyone. Before I begin, I would like to say that I'm really excited and honored to be here with you today. I would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity. And also, I would like to congratulate them on the really nice organization of this event. So I think June in Greece is one of the best months around the year to be, for two reasons. The first is the nice and comfortable weather, nice food, of course. This is throughout the year. And the second is the EU-CONEXUS Conference, of course. So I'm really delighted, and I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you, and especially those who come from abroad. I hope you guys enjoy your stay in Athens. The coastline is very close to downtown, so I hope you're going to have some time to enjoy the nice coastline. So, our group is based at the Agricultural University of Athens. The university is the leading agricultural institution in Greece. During the past few years, there's a huge development involvement of the university regarding infrastructure. Our group, the Biostimulant, Biocontrol, and Pesticide Metabolomics Group, or B2 PMG, is a group of more or less 25 people. We're a mix of young professionals in early stages of their career, as well as experienced professionals. We work on almost every field of agricultural sciences because our main expertise and our core expertise is metabolomics. We've been working on more than 20 years. So we're working on biostimulant and biocontrol R&D, plant breeding, biomarker-assisted selection, toxicology, co-toxicology, effect of stresses on plants' metabolism, and so on and so forth. So basically, our main goal is to improve the inputs in the agroecosystems, basically biostimulants and biocontrols, as we discuss later on. One of the major goals of the group is to train high qualified personnel on the topics that we're working on, to develop state-of-the-art infrastructure, and always to give back to the society and the economy. I think it's a consensus. Everybody agrees that the ecosystems are under a huge pressure. We have wildfires, especially in the Mediterranean region, accompanied by drought. This puts a huge pressure in the ecosystem, and on top of the impact that has in the economy, it has a huge impact also on the ecosystems. Additionally, previous speakers talked about soil. Soil degradation is there. Currently, there is an initiative from the European Union on the soil quality. On top of that, we have legislation which makes things even more complex. For example, the Green Deal, for those who work in pest control and plant protection, requires to minimize harmful pesticides by 2030. So we have to find new types of bioactivity to replace them and secure the income of our farmers. For thousands of years, nature has been a valuable source of bioactivity. Many natural products, many microorganisms have been used throughout the years in several applications in agricultural sciences. My group, for the past 5-6 years, we've been focused on the development of new sources of bioactivity, mainly the so-called biologicals. It's a term that it's trendy, it's hot. Most of the companies, those who are in the field, you've seen that many of the companies have established a separate branch called biologicals or biosolutions or something similar. We work mainly on the development of pesticides following the regulation 1109, or the development of biostimulants, which is the EU regulation 1009 of 2019. Today, because of the time limitations, I will talk about the R&D pipeline that we have developed here, my group at the Agricultural University of Athens, regarding the development of biostimulants. For those who are not familiar, biostimulants are considered products that promote plant growth. It's the industry as well as the research, many research groups have showed a great interest on the development of biostimulants. As you can see down here, the annual growth of this product for the market is more or less 8%. And this will continue for the next decades. So our group, what we've done so far is, in our effort to secure the quality of inputs in the agroecosystems, we try to develop biostimulants which could partially replace or can be used complementary to the already used inputs. We're lucky enough that our group has accumulated expertise during these past years. As I mentioned earlier, we're a big group, so we have diverse backgrounds, which enable us to go all the way from the discovery to validation, to assess the regulatory compliance, and go all the way up to market access. The core expertise of the group is metabolomics. It's a bioanalytical tool. The concept of metabolomics was initially introduced in early 2000. I was lucky enough to follow all the developments from the very beginning, from the infancy of the technology. So far, what we're working on is on system biology, metabolic networks, the trendy term AI, which in metabolomics existed since 2005, with machine learning and other stuff. And here, it's an instrument that currently we purchased in the university, a high-resolution LC, which I think it's a game changer for science since 2005. In the university, we have, as I mentioned to you earlier, we have developed a pipeline for the development of these microbial biostimulants. We have all the facilities and infrastructure from bioreactors to scale up microbial biostimulant production. Currently, based on our work, we have a collection of more than 2,000 microbial isolates, which are all well characterized regarding their plant growth promoting activities as well as their bioactivity. We had, like a few years ago, access to many instrumentation based on our network. Currently, we have access to most modern and state-of-the-art instruments, which allow us to discuss on mode of action of these bioactives. Because many times when I talk to the companies, when they evaluate this kind of components, mentioning we did like 1,000 field trials, we have these results, and I ask them, what is the mechanism of action? And this is where most of the times I get a vague answer. So to move forward with this type of inputs, we have to elucidate the mechanism or the mode of action that they have in order to better understand them. Briefly, without going into many details, this is a pipeline for our work, starting from the isolation of the bacterial microorganisms from different habitats, going to identification and evaluation of their bioactivities. We perform implant assessment, formulation and metabolomics analysis, and briefly each of the steps. As I mentioned, nature is a valuable source of bioactivity. There are millions of microorganisms with diverse bioactivity, a huge array of metabolites. Each of these has a potential either for as an agrochemical, in medicine, in cosmetics, and so on. We have a vast collection of microorganisms, which is our treasure, and this is what we're working and we're building on. These microorganisms are well characterized. We perform a series of tests, and one of the first is the assessment of the bioactivity. We test the bioactivity against plant pathogenic microorganisms, because in the literature it's mentioned that the bioactivity of microorganisms, the antimicrobial activity, is highly correlated to their plant growth promotion activity. Here are some tests that we perform from indolacetic acid production assessment, phosphate for solubilization, siderophore production, acetoin production, motility tests, and many others, in order to be able to filter out those that are of interest. Then the champions move on to the next step of assessment, which is the evaluation under completely controlled conditions. We use facilities as a phytotron. Under completely controlled conditions, we test whether the microorganisms are active, under what conditions, what are the dosages, what is the optimal stage of application. And some results from an experiment, for example, these are results from an Azotobacter strain. These here to the left are control plants, are treated, and these are treated with a strain of Azotobacter that shows the huge impact that these microorganisms can have in the growth, as well as metabolomics or other omics technologies can show resilience to different stresses, drought, salinity, and so on. An next and crucial step, because we don't finish in the core basic science, we're moving to the applied. We're testing the microorganisms and many types of their bioactive compounds regarding the formulation. We have a strong collaboration with the industry and several industries across Europe regarding raw material. Here you can see some cultures of microorganisms on a bioreactor. Here is time 0 when the inoculation happens, and 19 and 44 hours following inoculation. As you can see, the cultures become darker, which means that the culture is actively growing and produces many secondary metabolites. We test different types of formulations, such as oil dispersion, wettable powder. This is a big endeavor, a huge task. We have to assess every single compound, what is the compatibility, what is the effect on the final product. And as a first task in the group, we have to optimize wettable powder compounds. Finally, and one of the most crucial steps, as I mentioned, is the discovery of the mode of action. It's good to say that we have products that could lead to increase in yield or produce a plant that is healthier, but we have to understand what is the underlying mechanism for a phenotype. So plants are the most complex organism regarding metabolism. In the literature, it's mentioned that all over, across plant species, we have more than 200,000 metabolites. And out of these 200,000 metabolites, only a small portion of the metabolome is recorded, even with the most advanced instrumentation that we currently have, which is something like 14 to 20,000 metabolites. I don't know how many of you have seen a metabolome live of a plant or any type of organism. If we can depict our metabolome in a two-dimensional space, this could look like. This is from a soybean, it's from one of our experiments. This is a network, if I'm not mistaken, it has more or less 30,000 nodes, which are metabolites, and also many proteins and genes. The nodes that connect the different nodes are sequential steps in the 7 pathways. So trying to use all the instrumentation, as I mentioned, GC or higher resolution MS, what we want at the end is to elucidate what is the mode of action, or in general, what are the effects of a treatment on the metabolism of a plant. This is a pipeline of a metabolomics experiment, starting from the applications, going to sampling, extraction, sample processing, and bioinformatics analysis. And because there's one way or another, I didn't, my purpose wasn't to expand on that. This is an interpretation of metabolomics data. This is a metabolomics network. So at the end of the day, we want to depict our findings in a network like this to see what metabolites are overexpressed, overproduced, and what they are downregulated. So finally, our goal is to improve the quality of the inputs in the agroecosystems. Our vision is to produce high-quality microbial biostimulants and biocontrols. This is a way to go in order to improve and secure biodiversity in our agroecosystems. AI will give a huge boost, and we see it in our data and our data processing and interpretation. And I'm sure within the next few years, there will be big developments. I would like to thank all the funding agencies and you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have very short time for a question.
Do you perform also toxicology tests on these biostimulants or biocontrol agents?
Yeah, so a very good question, because at the end of the day, you want to assess the effect and the impact of these inputs to non-target organisms. So basically, my group and myself, we have a strong background on ecotoxicology, and we have a network that we perform this kind of tests, starting from aquatic ecosystems to mammals and so on. But yes, and this is the goal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you again, Professor Alperis. Our next presentation is by Professor Nazgul Emrani from University of Rostock. And the title of the talk is Quinoa as a Model of Genomics-Driven Breeding of Climate-Resilient and Healthy Crops. Professor Emrani, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much, first of all, to the organizers for giving me the chance to introduce myself. This is my first time in this conference because I just recently joined the University of Rostock a few months ago and started working there. Bring a lot of expertise in the field of plant breeding, plant genetics with me. Some of my group also moved with me, so we hope to continue the research that I'm going to present to you also shortly today. So, maybe first showing a little bit of my team's research focus. We have worked through the years on identification of genetic factors that control different important agronomical traits, traits that are related to yield, to quality of plants, but also to biotic and abiotic stress tolerances. Moreover, a very strong focus for my research group has been looking into adaptation. And when you look into adaptation, you should look into flowering time regulation of different crops. Mostly we work with quinoa, sugar beet, and rapeseed. Furthermore, we also looked into a reduction of undesirable secondary compounds of the plants that have antinutritive effects and therefore should be reduced for human consumption in rapeseed and quinoa. We also looked into regulation of pod shattering. That is an important problem, especially when it comes to rapeseed. And we also look into investigation of different mutants, mostly tilling mutants, but then recently also CRISPR-Cas mutants in different areas. And what I do that is maybe more related to, application of the research and the basic research we do in my group is to breed for a new cultivar. And since quinoa is a new crop in the temperate regions, that was our aim, to develop new cultivars of quinoa. And we started it a few years ago. I can show you a little bit of that in the next slides. I really like this triangle. Whenever I give a talk about, maybe orphan crops and, crops that are not the focus of agriculture, especially in temperate regions these days, it is important to pay attention to these numbers, I think. We have around 300,000 plant species recorded, out of which 30,000 are edible, 7,000 are used, 30, and I want to stress on that, 30 only feed the world, and we have 3 main crops that you all know. So you see there is a lot of diversity here that we actually don't use or we are even not aware of. And that's why it is a very interesting topic to look into maybe introduction of these sources of variation that we have not been considering over the years. And that's what we are looking into. What are the benefits? I think we can all think of 1 or 2 benefits that are very relevant. For example, diversification of agricultural systems. We are all dealing with the problem of climate change, and the reason we are all here, I think, is because we are all concerned about climate change. And these crops, because they mostly offer tolerances to different abiotic stresses, are very interesting when it comes to adaptation to climate change. They usually have a very good nutritional quality. The crop I'm going to introduce to you, quinoa, for example, has a very high protein content and a protein quality. Of course, it creates new market opportunities, and it helps us preserve the biodiversity that we care about. I have a few crops here that are new maybe to temperate regions, and we are also putting a focus on 1 or the other of them in my research group. However, introduction of these crops into a new region is not all nice and beautiful. You also have to deal with a lot of problems, and I try to maybe list a few of those challenges. So one of them is, for example, adaptation. When you bring a crop, just like we did quinoa from South America to temperate regions of Europe, you have to first adapt the plant to our environmental condition, and that is usually a very tricky aim to achieve. Then you have some new pests and some new diseases that you maybe haven't dealt with before that you have to now learn to deal with. Then you need to have some technical requirements available for you to be able to work with this crop in a high scale. And of course, the culture should accept it and would like to try it and to eat it in case of the crops I'm mostly working with. So one of these crops that I am passionate about and I have been working on for almost 7 years now is quinoa. I'm sure everybody has heard the name, and maybe 1 or the other have already tried it. This is a crop that belongs to the Amarantaceae family. You probably know some other members of this family a little bit more, sugar beet, spinach, for example. These are the other members of the family. It was first domesticated around 7,000 years ago in the Andean regions, a region of South America. It has a high or relatively high protein content and a very good combination of amino acids. All essential amino acids are available. And it's gluten-free, so it offers an alternative for the people who cannot tolerate gluten. And what is also very interesting for us, especially in the context of this conference, is its abiotic stress tolerances. It has been known for many years as a crop that has a very high salinity tolerance, but also frost and drought tolerance are other properties of the crop. This is a photo I took myself when I had the privilege to visit Salar de Uyuni in Bolivia. This is a salt lake, and just maybe 5 kilometers away from this salt lake, the only crop that had a chance to grow was quinoa. And I mean, if you look at it, it doesn't look like it is really growing very well, and it's very small, and maybe it's not very considerable, but you should imagine it's a salt lake, so nothing can really grow that close to the salt lake. The locals told us that is the only crop that can grow here and at least produce some income for the local farmers. I have collected some data, all the recent data I could find for quinoa on the FAO-Stat website. You see the cultivation. The average yield is very low if you compare it with some of the crops we grow happily in temperate regions. And Peru and Bolivia are the main producers and the exporters to the EU. When it comes to nutritional significance, as I said, protein content is very good. We have very good amino acid structure, all the essential amino acids are basically available. We have different minerals, antioxidants that are available in quinoa. You can use it as a substitute for rice. That's how I mostly use it in my kitchen. But it can also be used in mueslis, pastries, soups, and so on. You can see some of the products that are available, at least in the German market, from quinoa, and the list is growing. So when we started taking over breeding of quinoa, we at least had to first define our scientific problems to be able to address them. And we had a big problem that we didn't know anything about quinoa when we started. So the diversity has not been utilized for quinoa, which also offers new avenues, of course, for research, but it is really difficult at the beginning when you start. The first experiment I conducted, and my team conducted with quinoa, it was in the year 2018 in Kiel. And if you look at this picture, this is taken in October. And you know, in October, most of our crops should have been harvested in northern Germany, and they should not be still in the field. They were still in the field because they were still green and growing. We had 3-meter-long quinoa plants standing in our field, and because we knew we couldn't leave them there until they finally produced seed, we had to cut them out of the field. So we cut them all. You see they are all green, so they were all still producing green tissue and not filling seeds so that we can harvest it. And this was for us a big challenge, of course. We realized, okay, so we have to try to figure out a way to adapt quinoa to our environmental conditions. And that is through modification of flowering time, what we started working on. When you grow a crop in a temperate region of, for example, Northern Europe, where we work, you need to adapt the crop to long day conditions, what we have during the cultivation season from April to August. And that was a challenge because quinoa is usually a short day plant. Short day plants are plants that flower after exposure to shorter number of hours of light, for example, around 12 hours or maybe 10 hours, whereas long day plants are plants that need longer hours of exposure to light for the flowering signal to be activated. So that was the first thing. We had to figure out how can we then adapt quinoa to our environment. We defined our breeding objectives, so we needed early flowering quinoa plants, that was for sure, to be able to avoid such scenarios as you can see in the picture. We needed to adapt quinoa to the cold and wet summers we have in northern Germany, northern Europe. We needed to increase seed yield. That is, of course, a very important aim. As you noticed on the last slide, it is very low. It's below 1 ton per hectare. So this is, of course, not very appealing for the farmers to work with a crop like this. And of course, the first year everything was perfect, but from the second year on, we started having problems with diseases and pests, of course, just like any other new crop that you introduce to a new condition. And then we have the saponins in quinoa that are actually very interesting compounds and actually help the plant to deal with insects, for example. But if you are using the quinoa seeds for human nutrition, you have to reduce their amount because they cause some bitterness in the seeds. But they are very good antioxidants and can be also used in medicine. So what did we do? We used different scenarios and different strategies. First of all, in order to breed for any trait, you need to have a huge genetic diversity that you put together so you can perform selection. So we established the so-called core collection of different quinoa plants that come from different environmental regions growing all around the world. We phenotyped them, we sequenced them using whole genome sequencing, and we identified some of those plants that are maybe already more adapted to our environmental conditions. Then we started developing a breeding program, so we started crossing all the plants that were already showing some adaptation even before we started breeding. We crossed them with each other, we developed populations. We used some selection programs for selecting for bigger seed size, a single seed descent breeding program for propagation of the populations, and we used the data that we received through our genomic analysis for marker-assisted selection. Then we also, of course, wanted to figure out which genetic factors are behind all these traits that we are interested in. So we did a few experiments using our genotyping and phenotyping, or sequencing and phenotyping data. We did genome-wide association study. We mapped different traits, tried to identify the genes that are responsible for traits of our interest. And in this direction, we also performed transcriptome analysis together with our partners, also metabolome analysis. And of course, when you find a gene, what is interesting from the point of view of the basic science is to know what this gene actually does and what the mechanism of action is. And there we did some functional analysis using mutant analysis. Certain genetic variants that had a certain effect were analyzed, haplotypes, and then expression analysis. Today, because of the time, I'm not going to go into all these areas. I'm going to talk about our phenotyping trials and our sequencing and genome-wide association study result, and just a little bit about the populations that we develop. As I said, in order to have selection, an efficient selection, you need to have a big genetic diversity available, and that's usually from material that are originated from different environmental regions in the world that have very diverse conditions, and therefore you expect their genes and genomes to also be different. Together with King Abdullah University of Saudi Arabia in Jeddah, we sequenced 310 different quinoa genotypes, accessions that we're supposed to show very huge diversity. You can see here also, just to give you an impression of how different they can look like if you have such a diversity panel in different morphological traits that you can see. And again, variation is very important for us, so we started looking into traits that are very important for us, for example, days to flowering. And you can see we have a days to flowering variation of below 50 days to above 125 days. So you can see how huge the variation was in the panel, which is a very good news for you if you are doing genetic analysis. In plant height, also you see a huge variation from 50 centimeter to, as I said, we had plants that were 300 or 3 meter, 300 centimeter. Then we had saponin content variation also that we could use in breeding. The good news was we also had already some plants, some lines that had a low saponin content, even 0 saponin content, which we measured by a foam height method. And then if you look at days to maturity, which is also very important when you adapt plants to a new environment, you see that most of our lines had a day of maturity of 180, and it doesn't mean that they are all mature at the 180th day after sowing, but they were...
We have run out of time.
Yeah. But they actually could not be harvested, so we had to cut them. Just to show you one example, so we actually managed to identify some genes for seed size on a certain chromosome that were known already, and when we looked at the different variants of those genes, we figured that they have also some very important effects. And we developed a lot of populations from crosses between lines that we found beneficial in our program. We used some visual measures for finding the hybrid plants and also some molecular markers based on which we could actually identify some population, or develop and identify some lines that are of interest. Our aim in my group is to domesticate quinoa in a way that it is adapted to our environmental conditions. So from a relatively wild type of growth to bring it into a type of growth that we can actually use for production of yield and for harvest. So to the conclusion, I think the GWAS, genome-wide association study, and the genetic mapping helped us to identify some of the genes that are behind the traits in quinoa and to use them also for marker-assisted selection. And we developed populations that are being used at the moment for quinoa breeding. I want to thank my team from Kiel and Rostock, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Imrani. We have time only for one brief question, if there's any. Okay, we can proceed with the next presentation. Thank you very much.
There is a question, maybe.
Okay.
Presentation. Because I'm not familiar with The resistance or the sensitivity to the different conditions are based on structural or metabolic gene expression? What is the base of the traits that you observe?
So what we have identified are definitely a number of genes that are different, or variations of those genes that are different for resistant and susceptible plants. But what we are looking now also into is the metabolites, and there we also have found some differences. So it starts on the gene level, but then you can also see differences in expression and metabolites afterwards. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, now we come back with another member of the Agricultural University of Athens, and we welcome the next speaker, Christina Anastafili. She's a PhD student, deeply interested in marine biotechnology and sustainability. And today's talk is called Blue Biomass for Sustainable Packaging, Bio-Based Films from Microalgae, Whole Biomass, and Exopolysaccharides. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to present here at EU-CONEXUS, and I'm really honored to speak among doctors and professors of this session. So, as it was said, my research is on blue biomass for sustainable packaging, bio-based films from microalgal whole biomass and exopolysaccharides. Starting, I would like to address a different problem than the previous speakers regarding soil and plants. I would like to address the issue of plastic pollution. We know that traditional petroleum-based packaging, they are very linked with numerous environmental problems, and they leave environmental footprints that persist in ecosystems, driving the global plastic pollution. So, in general, worldwide plastic pollution is showing a continuous increase per year, having 400.3 megatons in year 2022, yes. And this vast amount of plastics, they ferment into microplastics that disrupt marine food webs and human food webs, and eventually they leak hazardous chemical additives. So, more specific, we can see from Plastics Europe 2024 that the major percentage of plastic use is on packaging, and especially the bubbles here, they are really great on the fossil-based packagings. So, what we suggest, we need to have a rapid transition toward biodegradable, bio-based alternatives that they can reach up to the utility of the conventional plastics. So here, we are saying microalgae as a solution, but why microalgae? Microalgae are highly sustainable feedstock for next generation bioplastics. They have zero land competition, they can grow in small spaces, and they can be cultivated in marine and wastewater systems. They also have really great growth dynamics. They have high growth rates and photosynthesis efficiency, so they can accumulate their biomass way faster than terrestrial plants. Also, they do carbon capture, so they do the environmental remediation by fixating the CO2. So, we are proposing to reduce the heavily refined, costly commercial polymers and and for that, we created 3 biopolymer films, leveraging the macromolecules of 2 marine microalgae species, actually a cyanobacteria, Arthrospira platensis, and the red microalgae Porphyridium purpureum. So our basic materials were biomass of Arthrospira platensis, also known as spirulina, which is really high in proteins that can create a natural composite effect on our films. And we used the red microalgae Porphyridium purpureum because it's rich in polysaccharides and rich in different functional groups that they can also give interesting properties in our films at the end of the process. We also use the exopolysaccharide films of the same culture, since they are an easy compound to get because they are outside of the microalgae cells and they are high molecular weight polysaccharides that can help to the film forming process. So, more specifically, for our materials, we used commercial Arthrospira platensis biomass flakes. We used fresh cultivated Porphyridium purpureum biomass, and we also used the supernatant of this previous culture. And you can see here if I can point them correctly. Okay. Here, the yellowish substances are the exopolysaccharides. So you can see that they are in a high content in the supernatant. So how we did that? We harvested the Porphyridium purpureum biomass, and then we washed it, and we freeze-dried in order to have a nice powder. This powder, we disrupted in deionized water at 60 degrees for 2 hours continuous stirring, and at the end, we added glycerol as a plasticizer. Then, for the EPS, exopolysaccharides film, we had to precipitate the films using cold ethanol precipitation on the supernatant. So once we had the nice fibers, the EPS fibers, we air-dried them at 40 degrees, and then we had a nice clean polysaccharide powder, which we again disrupted in deionized water, and we let it stir for an hour at room temperature and for another hour at 40 degrees to expand the polysaccharide network. And finally, we added glycerol as a plasticizer. Then, for the Arthospira platensis films, we mechanically pulverized the flakes, and we had the powder that we disrupted in Ringer solution, which is a salt solution, and we let it stir for 1.5 hours at 50 degrees, and finally again, our plasticizer was glycerol. So we cast our film-forming solutions into Petri dishes, and we air-dried them, but in the case of Porphyridium purpureum films, we had to let them sit for a day at 4 degrees, and then air-dry them at 40 degrees for 20 hours in the case of biomass films, and for 12 hours in case of EPS films. Finally, Arthospira platensis film went directly to air drying oven at 50 degrees for 16 hours. Then, once the drying was done, we placed all of our films into 58% relative humidity conditions. So we had our final film here, anyway, and we tested them, we characterized them for their physical properties, meaning surface wettability, color measurements, and barrier properties, and we also tested for any potential antimicrobial properties. So here you can see our 3 distinctive films, photos of them. And moving to the results, we can see that in terms of surface wettability, we saw that Arthospira platensis film had it was the most hydrophilic one, which makes sense because of its rich content in proteins and polysaccharides. And then we have Porphyridium biomass film that shows an intermediate wettability. It's also rich in polysaccharides, sulfated polysaccharides, and proteins, but the dense polysaccharide network reduces the access of these hydrophilic compounds to the surface of the film, giving this type of behavior. And in contrast, EPS film shows a hydrophobic behavior, and this can be due to the tight polymer chain packing during drying. So having this structural rearrangement, all of the hydrophilic groups in this film, they were buried in the film matrix. So it gives us this behavior. In terms of color characterizations, as we saw at the photos before, there are 3 distinct films, of course. We have Arthospira platensis film being the darkest one. It has a low chroma value, and its hue is in the blue-green region. We have Porphyridium biomass film that has the highest lightness and chroma values that gives this vivid yellow color that we also saw at the photos. And finally, for EPS film, it has a moderate chroma value, and it's at the red hue region. For the water vapor barrier properties now, we can see that Arthospira platensis had the lowest water vapor transmission rate, which makes sense because it was the denser film of all, so it prohibited the passage of the water molecules. And then for Porphyridium biomass film, we can see that it has the lowest water vapor permeability value, which indicates that the material itself, it's a strong barrier to water diffusion, meaning that the sulfated polysaccharide network is being formed through anionic interactions and hydrogen bonding, so that hinders the passage of the water molecules through the film. And we see the same behavior, more or less, for the exopolysaccharides refined film. So Moving to antimicrobial activity, unfortunately, we saw that none of our film had any antimicrobial activity. As you can see, we tested Staphylococcus aureus and Escherichia coli as target microorganisms, but there is no inhibition zone around our films. The films are the round circles. So this is something that needs to be further assessed in the future. So I would like to conclude now saying that our film had had really distinct characteristics. Starting from the surface wettability, we see different patterns. Porphyridium purpureum film had in terms of material, it had the best moisture barrier performance, even though Arthrospira platensis saw the lowest water vapor transmission rate. They all had different characteristic natural pigmentation profiles, meaning that they could be used in the future as colored packaging materials. And as I said, there was no antimicrobial activity. So we can safely say that we achieved our research target. We made 3 distinct film-forming matrices that they could serve as a proof of concept, demonstrating that it is feasible to use blue biomass-derived materials for sustainable packaging applications. Of course, in order to move further to these directions, we need to complete the full physiochemical and mechanical profile of our films, and we could look into incorporating antimicrobial compounds to enhance their active packaging potential. So that was from me. Thank you so much for your attention.
We have time for a few questions before the break. Yes?
Thank you.
Speaking about all this procedure, about this, you cannot hear me? You hear me? What is the main problems that you may face before put them in the market? And this, I'm talking the negative things. The positive, I understand. You presented very well, but I would like to know what is what problems you may face before you put them in the market.
Yes, thank you for the question. It's really interesting, actually, what you're saying, and it's true that there are issues, as you saw, the values that I presented here, they're not really close to the traditional plastic packaging, but this is something that we could solve, potentially, and we are going through this direction. I believe the main issue would be the cost, because you cannot really convince the market to switch from really cheap but really environmental, catastrophic, it's a strong word, but it's true, plastic to sustainable, more eco-friendly plastic that requires a lot of research and a lot of steps in order to be informed. So what we need to do mainly is to focus on cutting down the cost of producing the microalgae, which is already a really active field, the focusing on microalgae. And in our side, the side of making the bio-based packaging, we need to find the cheapest way, the way with the less reagents, the more green reagents that we could use. So here, this is why I'm suggesting actual biomass-based films or exopolysaccharides that are outside the microalgae cells in order to cut down the cost of the production of the powder that will give us the nice films. So to answer you, it's the cost, in my opinion. Thank you.
Sorry, just a quick question. This biomass-derived material could be recycled?
Recycled, not really, but they're biodegradable. So they're easily degraded into soil, having no, and we're using glycerol as plasticizer, which can also be biodegradable. So this leaves no need to, you cannot really recycle them, but you just let them degrade without causing any environmental issues, which is also useful.
Sounds very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we have a coffee break today. We're back in 30 minutes. Thank you. Sorry?
We will now continue with the second part of the session one with 2 more oral presentations, followed by our second keynote talk. Our next speaker is Professor Andruskien. The title of the talk is From Farm to Fork, a situation analysis of the environmental and health co-benefits of reducing food waste and shifting diets. Professor Andruskien, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon already, dear participants of the conference. I am Associate Professor Jurgita Andruskienė. I come from Klaipėda University. And today, my task is to make a presentation from farm to fork, situation analysis of the environmental and health co-benefits of reducing food waste and shifting diets. It's really a great pleasure and honor for me to represent Klaipėda University and to talk to this topic from public health perspective, because usually we are just in this conference is of course interdisciplinary, but we focus on environmental problems, but usually it's really related with public health issues. So today's presentation is devoted to public health perspective. And also I want to mention that this presentation is a result of international collaboration. And we have a great team of scientists which all participated in preparation of this presentation. And also we are always just in the international perspective searching for collaboration possibilities in making, preparing applications for the calls for different projects. And this presentation is devoted for the theoretical study. And several universities, including Klaipėda University, have participated in this study. And other universities, one of the universities in Romania and in Portugal and Turkey. Okay. And as we all know already, the dietary patterns, they strongly influence the environmental impacts of food systems, particularly with respect to greenhouse gas emissions and water use. Excessive GHGs from human activities amplify warming, leading to climate change impacts. Reducing the intake of high-impact animal-based products can substantially lower GHGs emission and land and water use. The aim of this theoretical study was to assess how reducing food waste alongside shifting towards more plant-forward diets can yield substantial environmental and also public health gains. The method which was used, it was targeted literature review, was carried out to extract and integrate findings related to the environmental footprints and health effects of reducing food waste and adopting more plant-based diets. And we also used some search string, which is presented here, and we're searching for the scientific literature, which was published later than 2020. And first of all, the findings, they are all focused on the reducing food waste and plant-forward diets, environmental and public health gains. And of course, we found that reducing food waste and adopting plant-forward dietary shifts can synergistically lower GHGs emission and resource use, such as land and water, while improving diet quality and reducing the risk of diet-related chronic diseases. However, the magnitude and distribution of benefits depends on context and implementation, with potential trade-offs related to nutrient adequacy, accessibility, and cultural acceptability that policy and education must address to maximize core benefits. And we found out that shifting toward plant-based diets or reducing high-emission animal products could substantially cut food-related GHGs. And as we can see, almost a quarter of global emissions come from food, about 26% of it. And more than half of food emissions come from animal products, about 58%. And almost half of all farmed animal emissions come from beef and lamb production. And also, probably this slide is the most important in all the presentation, because I am a public health scientist, so for me it's very important to know which dietary factors influence mostly the mortality rates. So it's not a new issue, what I should say, but it's again and again confirmed by many scientific studies. They show that the diet high in sodium and diet low in whole grain, they have been for many years one of the most mortality risk factors for all reasons. So now also we can see they are the most important risk factors because diet high in sodium is related with the ischemic heart disease development and increased blood pressure. And diet low in whole grain, of course, it's related with obesity and overweight and ischemic heart disease also. So diet-related non-communicable diseases are increasingly prevalent, affecting much of the global population. Inequity restricts access to healthy diets and is associated with broad social determinants. And because you can see in this slide also that social determinants play a very significant role in this. Current dietary patterns are increasingly unhealthy, unsustainable, and inequitable for many populations. And as we talk about health outcomes, so in lower income countries, diets tend to obtain a greater share of calories from food high in carbohydrates, such as cereals, and lower share from meat, seafood, eggs, and dietary products in comparison to richer countries. And dietary health concerns in this context are primarily about malnutrition, which encompasses inadequate intake of calories and macronutrients such as protein, essential amino acids, or fiber, as well as insufficient intake of variety of micronutrients such as iron. In this context, meat and other animal-sourced foods can be important sources of both macro and micronutrients. As countries go richer, diets tend to become more diverse in nutrient-rich foods, including animal-sourced foods. On one hand, this greater overall diversity of food can contribute to adequate intake of calories and protein, as well as to the supply of micronutrients that are important for health, thus reducing the incidence of diseases linked to undernutrition. On the other hand, once animal-sourced food intakes rise beyond a certain level, they become more likely to contribute to diseases of excess, such as colorectal cancer, which has been linked to processed meat consumption, as it is proved by scientific literature. However, as with low-income contexts, the health impacts of meat and other animal-sourced foods still depend on the forms in which they are consumed, processing, preparation method, and so forth, as well as the overall composition of the diet in terms of both energy intake and nutrients, and an individual's overall lifestyle. In other words, it is hard to separate out the health effects of animal-sourced foods from many other confounding factors, such as smoking, socioeconomic status, and body weight, which may also contribute to or reduce health risks. So, and as we can see, the tendencies and the forecast is not so optimistic because current dietary patterns are shifting towards higher consumption of animal-sourced foods with a rising share of population-wide emissions linked to these choices. So we should make some conclusions about that and make some changes. And as we talk about the waste levels, so we can see that they are really huge. And the major part waste is produced in the households. So we have to make some changes in our thinking, the way how we think, how we treat with the waste in our households. So, and it may lead to some optimistic changes. Food waste is a cross-cutting issue that needs to be addressed urgently to reduce the environmental and climate impacts of food systems and support the transition towards sustainable food systems, which can ensure food security for a growing world population. It is estimated that 53% of total food waste occurred in the households, amounting to 70 kilos per capita on average, leading to significant environmental and social consequences. Food waste also has an important economic and social consequences and can threaten the resilience of food systems due to the cost of food production and waste treatment. Wasting food leads to loss of resources that could be allocated more efficiently. And also, we searched for the literature and we detected that some products are more related with the gas emission than others. For example, beef has the largest climate impact, largely due to methane and land use. Some plant-based foods have much lower emissions, while, for example, chocolate can have high emissions from land use changes. So we should also be aware that some products, they are more related with climate change than others. And when we compare, for example, dairy products, which have different origin, for example, dairy milk products, they are related with larger environmental footprints as compared to other origin milks, like oat milk, soy milk, or almond milk, and other kind of milks. So it's, again, give us some thoughts. Most of the food system's greenhouse gas emissions come from land use and agricultural production, with farming practices and land use changes driving the largest shares. Reducing these emissions also depends on cutting supply chain energy use and minimizing post-retail waste. And here, we also can find in the scientific literature the importance of the framework which could introduce food as a medicine, and it should be integrated into healthcare system in different levels. And this framework, for example, that shows how to study food as medicine within healthcare and policy, pointing to deeper integration of nutrition into health and systems. So, concluding my presentation, reducing waste and adopting plant-forward diets can yield meaningful environmental and public health gains with a combined approach offering greater synergies. And limitations which we can see, it's like, of course, it was theoretical study, there was some data gaps and regional heterogeneity, nutrient adequacy considerations. Next steps which should be taken, refined with empirical data, regional modeling, pilot studies, policy evaluation frameworks. And the main message which you should take home, it's coordinated strategies across households, industry, and institutions can maximize co-benefits. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Andruskian. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, please. The microphone. The microphone, please, for the question.
Thank you, thank you. Lovely, I really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you very much. In your research, one of your conclusions is a coordinated household strategy to encourage people to adopt a change in their dietary strategy. Did you identify any particular strategy that would actually work better than others?
Yes, of course. We were discussing in our research team that the greatest changes can be made just in every one of us homes. Just in our home, we should adapt at least one small change, and it could lead to great results. So we should change our habits. How do we behave with the food waste? Yes, how do we use leftovers, for example, of the food? So even one small change, it can lead to the best results.
And do you think that's based on lack of knowledge, that people don't know that that's what they should do?
I think, yes.
And there's a requirement for an education campaign behind that?
Yes, usually it's lack of knowledge. And we have made one step already ahead. And we introduced in our university the free elective course in sustainable nutrition and health. Wow. And we're educating students in our university. And all students, they can choose the course and study. And sometimes they find very interesting things which they can implement in their daily life, because I think education is the key.
And do they get credits for that course?
Yes, they can get 3 CTS credits.
Okay, that's super. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, thanks very much. Really enjoyed that. Just interested in your take on cultural acceptance.
Yes.
Because I think apart from education, it's the really major difficulty if you're trying to encourage people to change their
Yes.
diet. So
Yeah.
even across your consortium, would there be different cultural perceptions of what is
Yes.
healthy and so on? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question, and very, very important message that acceptance is the key sometimes, because when we are discussing about the alternatives for the proteins which we can use, we also remember we have, for example, alternative as edible insects. Yes, for the protein source. But in some countries, even in Europe, yes, some countries, it's unacceptable, totally. So we have also to educate people and to prove that it's a very good source and it maybe will be the one like alternative, yes, probably in the future. So again, education, increasing literacy in nutrition and understanding, it's very important, and the importance of it will grow in future. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker comes from the Department of Geography, University of Zadar, Croatia. She is Professor Anika Čuka. She's an expert in social variables affecting the population of Croatian islands, and she's part of the Research Council in EU-CONEXUS. Today's talk is entitled Healthy Food Production on Croatian Islands, Potentials, Threats, and Challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much for introduction, and thank you everyone for still staying here, listening to me. I come from Geography Department from Zadar, and I'm human geographer. And my research in these last 2 decades is mostly oriented toward islands, specifically Croatian islands. And I'm not into specifically food production, but I will reveal you today what are actually the potential threats and challenges that we did see on the Croatian islands related to this topic. So, sustainable development in islands, I will not talk a lot about sustainable development or sustainable development goals because we all know a lot about this. But what people in island studies know very well is that this is particularly difficult to achieve all those goals on islands, especially small islands and also small island states due to their limited resources and remoteness. So sometimes islands are considered as laboratories actually in sustainable development research, and this is why it's particularly interesting to see what is going on in these small limited areas. 3 dimensions of sustainable development: nature, society, economy. So today I will talk more about society and economy. We heard something about nature earlier during other discussions. What we know is that all of this must be considered together, so it's always good to give also this social perspective to the research related to sustainable development. So local food or healthy food production and sustainable island development, why is this actually important for islands? First, island societies are very fragile, very vulnerable, and one of the things that, that food production brings to islands is food security. Islands, of course, depend mostly, especially small islands, on the food that is produced on the mainland and brought from the mainland to these areas. So producing food locally would give them greater resilience even during supply disruptions, because they also happen more and more often due to climate changes. Even in our area, in Croatian islands, we can see that there are more and more disruption in traffic connection. Also, when you have fresh, locally produced food, if it's healthy food, it's much better for your diet than bringing food from the mainland. We can also look at this through the environmental sustainability, because we have lower carbon footprint. Of course, also protection of local biodiversity, reduced packaging, reduced transport impact. So this is all good for sustainable development of islands as well. Local economy on the islands, they are mostly oriented towards tourism development, and food production could bring more income opportunities to island households. It could help local island economy. It can also support small-scale farmers, increase local value creation. Also, it can help preserve traditional farming knowledge. We can talk about cultural heritage and sustainability in this context. Maintain vineyards, olive groves, which are mostly spread on Croatian islands. We also have benefits for tourism development, because local food which is produced by local farmers can also be important product for tourists that visit that area. And after all, community resilience is something that we can talk about. It can improve self-sufficiency. So we have to think about this topic, we have to talk about this, and we have to see how we can do this on islands maybe more than we used to do it before. On Croatian islands, when we talk about tradition of food production, agriculture was primary economic activity practically up to mid-20th century, up to recently. And it was mostly based on olive growing, viticulture, small livestock farming, and vegetable cultivation. Those islands are part of the Mediterranean with Mediterranean climate. We also have had more fisheries. We still have it, of course, but unfortunately it has some problems. Traditional fishing among islanders and island communities is still present, but less and less with years. They used to use forests as well, but they are not using it as much as they use it before. With development of maritime transport and introduction of regular ferry and shipping connections, we had severe changes in the production patterns, food production patterns, but also in dietary patterns. So there was a huge decline in the variety of food products produced locally on the islands that is noticed in this last 60, 70 years. This crisis in agriculture on islands began even earlier. When it comes to fish, just for information, Croatia's average annual fish consumption per capita remains below the EU average, and also islanders who used to be fishermen and who used to use a lot of fish in their diet are not using it as much as before. And one of the problems, obesity has become increasingly significant public health issue in Croatia. Unfortunately, we have it on islands as well. Some examples of agricultural areas. This is the largest agricultural area on Croatian islands. I would like to thank the Greeks here. It was colonized by Greeks a long time ago, but today it's still in use. And we have actually the example of the best well-preserved ancient Greek plot division in the Mediterranean. This is the site that is under the protection of UNESCO. It's UNESCO heritage from 2008. And it's one of the rare agricultural places, agricultural fields, fertile fields that is still in use. So the land use patterns that we can see here are an example of good practice at this moment, because other fields on other Croatian islands are mostly completely abandoned. To what extent is traditional island food still present in contemporary island diets? As I said, they abandoned practically these traditional agricultural activities, so most of the islanders today are focused on just producing some food for their own needs. But even this became a problem for islanders. I will show you later why. We did research a few years ago about the land use changes on Croatian islands. It was important because it brought us to actually the consequences, and also to the causes of what was happening in island communities and why did they abandon agriculture. Late 15th century was a period of expansion of vineyards. It was followed by significant decline due to peronospora and phylloxera diseases, especially phylloxera in late 19th century and early 20th century. And olive groves were less spread in that period. During the first half of the 20th century, we had predominance of mixed agricultural landscapes. In second half of the 20th century and the early 21st century, the land abandonment was widespread. We have severe depopulation on islands, even on larger islands and larger island communities, and we have increase in tourism development. So last decade, we have renewed some agricultural intensification, but it cannot be compared to some previous times. Since 2012, most significant land use were actually, and changes has been associated with wildfires, which are present on all islands, and they led to degradation of forest cover in some areas. One example, just to see in which extent the agriculture stopped existing practically on some islands. This is one of the fertile fields on Dugiotok Island, and you can see changes from mid-19th century to today. In this left photo, you can see the map from cadastre measurement done in or actually early 19th century, and these pink plots are all vineyards. So it was covered with vineyards, and around that there were pastures. Today, when we see the photo of the same field, there are only 3 plots that are still in use. So this is some of the most important natural resources that we have on islands, the land that is completely abandoned. You can see here maybe one more example of how does it look like today. This is on the left, the photo from early 20th century, East Island. You can see also the dry stone walls, which are typical element in this island landscape. And today, those vineyards, there used to be vineyards, they cannot even be noticed anymore. No one is producing wine anymore in this island, but there are more and more houses and less people, because those communities are actually turning into places that are just occasionally visited, mostly during the summer season. And the only activity that they practically still have there is just tourism, so they're all tourism oriented. Some of potential, of course, there are potentials because there's a lot of abandoned agricultural area, and it's a huge potential, especially for organic agriculture. There is tourism development, so there is potential market on the islands. However, some of the problems that they still have, and they will have it in future, is a plot size. Plots are very small, and land ownership is also one of the topics that is rarely discussed among scholars, but it remains, especially in Croatia and Croatian islands, one of the main topics about the use of the land. Why? Because land ownership is not solved. Ownership books are very outdated. Recently, they did do some improvements, but only in the areas in the villages, but not on the agricultural land. A number of agricultural holdings and family farms on Croatian islands. I tried to summarize data for 321 settlements that we have on Croatian islands. And only in the last 10 years, the number of family farms on islands decreased for almost 30%, which is a huge decrease. Also, on the other hand, we have the increase of a number of subsistence farms. So people are still producing food, but just for their own needs. It's not market market-oriented. Most agricultural support measures are primarily targeted to market-oriented farms, so others cannot use these fundings so much. And it's questionable how will this agriculture on islands remain after that. After 2013, when Croatia accessed EU, we had huge increase in number of family farms. Everyone wanted to produce something, they wanted to use subsidies. However, lately we can see decline in all countries, including the islands. Some of the social problems also that are not discussed well. Depopulation and aging. So what is actually the human capital in food producing? We are forgetting that we can talk about I don't know, biotechnology, about natural resources, about how to how to produce new, better plants, higher level of crops, and so on. But we are forgetting that if there are no people who will produce food, then it's all practically useless. On islands, it's specifically problematic the fact that most of, or many islanders are in older age, and they're not interested in agriculture, only for their own needs. You can see the right photo. It's a picture of 32 out of 50 inhabited islands in Croatia, small islands. Their age structure is such that we have almost 50% of people who are 65 plus age old. So there is a huge lack of human capital. And I think I'm at the end. So the future of local food production on Croatian island, we can see the potential. There is long tradition of food production. There is diverse agricultural products that can be produced there. Synergy between agriculture and tourism, we can use this. There is a growing demand for local food. Everyone wants local food, healthy food, but it's questionable if we still have it on islands. But threats are depopulation and population aging, which we used to forget sometimes. Lack of interest also among younger generations because they are also more oriented toward tourism. There is a huge damage caused by wild boar and other wildlife. There are more and more wildfires due to climate change. And the risk of wildfires is increasing because of a lot of forests all over the island. So I hope that I gave you the picture of how it looks like. I don't have more time, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. We have little time for questions.
Or you can ask later.
Yeah, you have one too.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think is the most important way in order to reverse this trend we see today?
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for your question. Yes, there is a huge similarity with Greek islands, but not just with Greek islands, also with some other Mediterranean islands as well. We have been doing some research with Greek colleagues as well. The problem is, as I said, there are so many problems, but I don't know how to reverse this, honestly. Because first thing that we see is this tourism orientation. Everyone wants to be involved in tourism activities. It brings a lot of money and fast money. People think it's much easier than going to field and produce something on the field. There is also some other problems on islands which I forgot to mention, but they were listed there. For instance, water scarcity. You don't have water on islands, so how will you produce enough food, or how will it be profitable? You will not have good production if you don't have capability to use water in agriculture. There is even lack of water in human use, let alone for agriculture. Also, what can be, you can give more subsidies maybe to young families, to those who are not involved in tourism in some ways, but I didn't see that so far it brought a lot of results. Also, we have this huge problem with small plots. It's not profitable to do agriculture on the small plots. So it's also one of the problems. Maybe maybe government can do something in order to make these plots larger, but they are private property. So if people don't want to sell them, they cannot make them larger. And even if they want to sell them, or even if they want to give them to someone to use this land, it's again a problem because you don't have clear land ownership. You cannot sign the contract with the owner about producing the food on his land if it's not clear. So there are so many problems that I don't know what would be solutions. I mentioned some, but it doesn't seem to help, especially with this old population.
Yeah, I also have a question, sorry. Yes, you have described a picture that I can easily recognize in my country, in Spain, you know. This scenario that you're describing in terms of geographic variations and how people are giving away this culture in yielding, etc. Do you think that these new technologies we have listened today, we have learned today, etc., could benefit the islanders? Do you think they could motivate to come back to farming?
Yeah, technology maybe can motivate, but one of the problems is that population is very old. So they are not so keen on learning new technologies. This is one of the problems, and there is a huge lack of young people who would be willing to perform this, and you cannot attract people from the mainland to island so easily. This is other problem. So only for people who are there, who are already maybe in agriculture, they could use technology. Maybe it can help them produce more food and make it more profitable, but it's maybe one of solution. But we have problem with human potentials here. There are not people who are interested in that, and they always think that especially tourism is something that is much easier and will bring them more benefits.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now move to our second keynote lecture. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor Lucas Gallus. Professor Gallus is Professor of Applied Zoology at the Czech University of Life Science Prague in the Department of Zoology and Fisheries. His research focuses on fish, aquaculture, freshwater biodiversity, invasive species, fisheries management, and the sustainable management of aquatic ecosystems. Today, he will speak about fish, people, and freshwater ecosystems, aquaculture, biological inventions, and sustainable management.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for having me here. So I came from the Czech University of Life Sciences, which can be seen here. So I can be seen as an alien a little bit here, because it is about 600 kilometers to Baltic Sea and also 600 kilometers to Adriatic Sea. However, what you can see here, the country is surrounded by the mountains, and it is a rise of three major rivers over Central Europe. It's Elbe, Danube, tributaries of Danube, and Oder River. The country does not have any large river, neither a big lake, but it is spotted by a lot of ponds, so which can be seen here on that second picture. So I'm going to talk today about how these aquatic ecosystems remain productive and resilient, and let's say also social valuable over centuries, and what are the challenges what these aquatic systems face today. To talk about the present, we have to make a short look into the history, to add history. So the ponds started to be built in the 12th century, and mainly by monasteries and noble estates. And the main purpose was to supply a fish. The fish which were caught in the river were then placed into these ponds. So later on, in the 13th and 14th century, there was an expansion of the pond construction, and there was the beginning of building or formation of interconnected pond systems. So in 15th and 16th century, this understood as a golden age, because the large-scale ponds were developed. There were advanced hydraulic engineering already established, and these large systems, which were built mainly by two important persons like Jakub Krčín and Štěpánek Netolický. So they can be seen today, especially on the landscape of southern Bohemia, which was the picture from the beginning. So later on, when the Industrial Revolution came in 17th and 19th century, there was a strong specialization on common carp, which is still nowadays the most common fish, and also by the change of the Industrial Revolution, the social changes also came into change in agriculture. So some of the ponds were drained and replaced by a production of sugar beet, for example, and production of sugar and spirit. So in 20th century is marked by the intensification, but also by eutrophication concerns, which were mainly made by higher input for fertilizers due to Haber-Bosch reaction. So what you can also see on the right side is the mapping from 1762. So you can see ponds here which are present also today. For example, this pond is called as a žebrák in Czech, which means beggar. It also reflects often the type of the quality of the water, so they were probably oligotrophic in that time. And just to see that pond today, so it can be still seen. So it's a long-term history. So in fact, nowadays, these aquatic ecosystems make the social ecological food production system. So we have production, which means a fish, mainly common carp, which is considered as a high-quality protein. It is also local production and also served in the local markets. And, but also half of the production of the Czechia, which is form of about 20,000 tons, is exported. So it has this importance also beyond the boundaries of the country. Because these ponds are scattered all over the territory, so they also offer the employment in the rural areas and, of course, support the rural economies. And, yeah, so there is also tradition and experience which is just inherited. It has also impact on the ecosystem function because it is harbor for biodiversity and create the wetland habitats. It also has quite a high impact on the protection against floods. So Czechia faced last decades several very, very devastating floods. So the capacity of the ponds, of course, can make its job in slowing the wave of the flood. It is also water retention, water quality regulation, and climate resilience as it keeps the water in the landscape. There is also a sequestration of the carbon into the sediments of the ponds, so it has also this impact on. So not only ecosystem function and production, there's also like social and culture, I'd say, field is used for recreation. I will show you the details later on. So how this production works, so we have most of the production is based on ecosystem services. So the fish grows for more than 50% on a natural feed. And the additional feed which is provided is mainly cereals. So it is also in these terms quite sustainable. The food for the fish is mainly zooplankton and some benthic insects and other organisms. But of course, everything is based on the primary production of algae and cyanobacteria, and of course on the plants as well. So the production, as I said, was reaching about this 20,000. But if you look at the pond, so pond itself can feed of about 500 maximum kilograms per hectare. Usually it is in average about 250 kilograms per hectare. So in addition, with addition of the feed, so we can get of about maximum 1 ton per hectare of a production. So as you see, it's based on this ecosystem functioning. As I mentioned also that the ponds serve as a harbor of the biodiversity. The importance is mainly that it replaced the places for disappearing natural wetlands, and these human-made ponds, let's say, serve as a usually only place of appearance of some of the species, specifically of amphibians, but also the water birds, and as I mentioned already, the insect and water plants. So just give you a view what's happened. So it is the course of the river Elbe in Bohemia, and so the reddish line show you the original course of the Elbe River, which was later on, of course, like straightened, and it looks like that today. And of course, agricultural land is coming directly into the bank of the river, and there are no more the wetland areas available for those species which are nowadays in the ponds. So this is the building of the new bed for the river. The next slide shows you the societal and culture meaning of the ponds. So on the first slide, you can see the harvesting of the pond. And you see the people who are involved in the harvesting, but you see also a lot of people here. So it is also a kind of like event. So the people go to watch, and it is also accompanied by some other cultural activities like selling the fish or even some music around. The common carp is also like deeply rooted in the culture of the Christmas, and this is the selling of the common carp on the streets, which of course face a little bit of the welfare nowadays is discussed, and the fish are, most of the fish which are produced in the ponds are sold during this Christmas week. So there's also fairy tales related to ponds. So there's some creatures from fairy tale depicted. And ponds are also for the summer leisure activities used. So here are the swimming or bathing of the people which search for some clear ponds nowadays and enjoy the hot weather. The dams and the roads, which serve as a operational logistic for ponds, nowadays are used for tourism, especially for cycling. And in the winter, you may see the people skating on the ponds. So this all is like requirements of the society to use the ponds. But of course, all these three parts and the multifunctionality create conflicts of interest, like between production and conservation. We can see the rise of eutrophication due to overstocking of some ponds because, of course, the economical reasons are important for producers. But this eutrophication resulted in the lower water transparency and higher turbidity, which affect the birds and overall biota in the ponds as well. And you look at the conservation and recreation, so there are the mentioning skating, for example, can disturb the fishes during the wintering and cause some losses for the producer. So there are conflicts of predators, especially because predators prey on the fishes which are in the pond and meant to be for a production. So these conflicts are, of course, very discussed, and the different stakeholders have a different opinions, even on the level of the ministries. So what we have here is a pressure on the sustainability of pond aquaculture. So one of them is climate change. In Czechia, it is mainly connected with the droughts. So we have very dry spring, so which means that there is not enough water to fill the ponds in some areas. But there are also floods as well, as I mentioned, so which then affect the construction of the ponds, and some ponds even could be destroyed by the floods. And the warming, which causes also cyanobacterial blooms, because the water temperature is quite really warmer than it was before. There is economic pressure due to not inadequate compensation, so this is just the policy because they are not subsidized for these ecosystem and social cultural services. I mean the producers of the fish. And what I'm going to talk in the next few slides also is the invasive species, which are in fact game changers in the management of the ponds. So this is what we can see from the perspective of development of the quality of the water and biota composition through time. So on the beginning, the ponds were in fact oligotrophic or mesotrophic, which very low impact of the nutrition. So when the nutrition increased, especially due to applying of the industrial fertilizers, so there was something like a golden age in terms of production, because the biota still serve as a good source, supported with the influx of the nutrients. But what we see nowadays, with the increasing of the stocking, which affect the biota and the structure of the phytoplankton and zooplankton, it resulted in the decrease of the production, where the obvious reaction of the producers was to put more fish inside, so to get more out of that. But unfortunately, this is not the case, because due to no stability of the system, the differences in the output are questionable, sometimes even much lower than expected. So, as I mentioned, the biological invasion is an important factor in maintaining the pond aquaculture. So this is just a few of the species, just to give you a hint. I will shortly talk about this one, and this one is Carassius, and this is Pseudorasbora. And the graph here shows us the imports of non-native species through the time as it was recorded. And so here on that orange line, we can see that this is the, let's say, established population, but not invasive, because the green one is an invasive, so considered making really impact on the ecology, on economy of the ponds and overall ecosystems. So, short story about Carassius. So maybe you are aware of this goldfish. So it belongs to this genus, and we have one native in Central Eastern Europe, and we have the one introduced, or was expected, this is one introduced species. But when we went and look into the structure within the Europe, so I will not go in detail, I will hop directly here. And so you can see here that we identified several mitochondrial lineages. So it means that this is not one species, but a complex of the species, which has a specific way of reproduction. So they are triploid, so 3 sets of chromosomes. And when these come together, so it's female, so usually, and when it comes together with another cyprinid fish, it may reproduce and form the clones. So only one female is enough for reproduction, because it's used the sperm of another fishes for reproduction. So this is called as a gynogenesis, and it is in fact the sperm-dependent parthenogenesis. So the male genetic material is not incorporated into genome, and as I said, this is the clones. And yeah, the message is that, I mean, the reproduction, of course, is much more easy if you don't need to find a male. What is the impact of that? So it's a higher reproductive output because they are only females, so they produce eggs, and each of the eggs can be a new individuum. So there is also a full competition, and since this species is detrivorous, so it also makes the turbidity of the pond much higher. And aquaculture is responsible for the spread, as there is these, you see there are a lot of ponds over the territory, so the transport of the fish is responsible for a new introduction. Of course, in a natural environment, these sexual parasitisms continue, so these fishes using the sperm of others, and there is then not enough of sperm for the conspecific species. So another species which is also known from Europe, because it came to Europe in 1960, roughly, and spread to almost all countries within Europe. So it's Pseudorasbora parva, or stone Morocco. So this species reached the adultcy already in the first year, and reproduce through the season several times, and targeted specifically this component of the pond ecosystem. So when this species eats out because of this high abundancy and really a very efficient feeding behavior, so it is just completely wipe out this, not completely, but almost wipe out the zooplankton. So when this is out, of course, there is no one to eat the phytoplankton, so which means the increase of the phytoplankton, which caused the algal blooms, and there is starving of the fish inside. So what is the reaction of the producers is usually to add more of a feed which will be available for fish, so which means increase again the source of nutrition, and that makes the situation even worse. So there is another picture which you can see here. So that's another behavior of that fish. So in case there is lack of the feed, so they attack the fish in culture, and they can really behave really drastically towards them, because they eat out the skin, and they can go even deeper. So then the fish are affected, and of course may get infected by other pathogens. So what to conclude a little bit is that the sustainability is not a static condition, but it is a kind of capacity of the system to maintain the function through time. So as we see the sustainability of this pond aquaculture in Czechia and Central Europe, because it's not only in Czechia, also adjacent countries, so it's persisting through the time, but always is challenged by different factors. So nowadays, these changing environmental and social conditions are climate change, invasive species, this economic pressure, and of course these social expectations, because the people would like to have a clean water and use it for their leisure activities, which was not as common in the past. And of course it's created these conflicts which are mentioned. And so I hope that the Central European pond aquaculture demonstrates this long-term sustainability, but we need to apply the adaptive management, so react for these challenges which are coming. And I hope that this could be also inspiration for a coastal management as it faces similar problems. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Gallus, for this presentation. We now have a few minutes for any questions.
I'm loud enough, I'll shout. Have they ever tried to eradicate any of the invasive species from any of the ponds? And if so, what was the kind of success rate of that?
Yeah, of course. So one of the way of the eradication is a change of the management of the pond. So it means that usually we keep the pond for 2 years. First, I mean, the period is 3-4 years, but the last part of the production takes 2 years. And this was shortened. So this is a way that you drain the pond, so you can. But these fish usually survive because they are quite hard in. Side streams, and then occupied again. So the another possibility is biomanipulation. So so there could be presence of more predatory fish which are of interest of the producers, like sander and pike. So this is another way. The eradication, like the drastic eradication, has this social connotation. So, like to put some poisoning, which of course would be reasonable, is now in discussion. And let's say the stakeholders are very much afraid because of the public reaction when the poison is used for water. So it is like, the big issue, even though that we are quite sure that this would be beneficial. So, so that's about the management mainly of the ponds, but we need not to. The problem is not in the ponds for the eradication. The problem is in aside from where the fish occupied it again. So that's. Thank you for the question. There is another question.
Yes, there's a question there.
Thank you very much for such a wide and interesting presentation. So I would like to ask you if you come or have heard about any chances to introduce multi-trophic aquaculture in ponds.
Sorry, which kind of?
Multi-trophic.
Oh, okay.
Multi-trophic aquaculture.
Yeah. There were some trials. In the ponds, it is in fact multi-trophic, because we are using the ecosystem of the pond, and this is not about the fish itself, which are fed, but it is about to maintain the whole structure of the ecosystem to be functioning for this final product. What is going on is just to use recirculating aquaculture systems, this RAS, for growing a fish out of the period. So we have the production indoor, and then the fish are transferred back to the pond. But what is a little problems in the system is that that the fish get a little bit dump after being in the recirculating systems, and their adaptation for the pond is not so successful, since they don't know how to behave when the predators comes and so on. So because this is interconnected with the environment, the surrounding environment. Another, just shortly, trial were to put more intensive culture inside of the pond. So something like have a cage inside of the pond where you can have another fish which you feed. But this is problematic since we have already the ponds quite eutrophic. And if you put the intensive feeding, so then you increase the trophy even more. And what is then the outputs of that are the depletion of the oxygen. And as I said, the system is not well balanced when it is eutrophic. And that may come into kills of the fish in both installations, so in the pond and in the cage as well. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Very good. Any other question? Okay, so I think we've finished this session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the speakers and also to the audience for these thrilling questions and attention. And we go into the lunch break. So thank you all.
Okay, we continue with our next session, EU-CONEXUS Opportunities for Researchers, Achievements and Prospects. I would like to invite our chair, Dr. Eleni Papakonstantinou from Agricultural University of Athens. Thank you, Eleni.
Okay, hello everyone. Let's welcome Professor Dimitrios Vlachakis from Genetics Laboratory in the AUA for the presentation of the collaborative platform.
Right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our university. It's very nice to be here. Today I'm going to take you through a journey that has been going on within CONEXUS for some time now, and it has to do with the collaborative platform that we have been developing in our group and the matchmaking algorithms that we have designed in order to gear it up and to be the main engine of the platform. So, why collaboration matters? It matters because science is moving, things are changing. We are now in the AI era. A lot of information is out there. So we need to be prepared for the future. And the challenges require interdisciplinary thinking, diverse expertise, shared infrastructures, and collective problem solving. So too many fronts, too many projects, too many things that we need to consider. Innovation happens at the intersection of disciplines. It's not as it used to be a few years ago, a few decades ago, where we had our departments and we could take care of our own stuff, and now things are blending and disciplines need to collaborate and cooperate in order to get some meaningful results. The collaborative platform was designed to promote excellence, facilitate the mobility, and in effect, to be the digital meeting point within the ecosystem of EU-CONEXUS. We wanted to include everything, everything that we could get our hands on: researchers, publications, projects, facilities, expertise, and all the scientific interests that we could find within the people involved within CONEXUS. The challenge, as we are saying here, was not just to collect data. The challenge was to transform data into meaningful connections. So we move from data to information, to knowledge, and then we can achieve collaboration. So that gave birth to the idea of the collaborative platform. It's inspired by many different things, mainly about network science. As I'm going to explain to you in a few minutes, it may seem to be simple, but it's not that simple underneath. The engine is a bit complicated, and I'm going to explain what I mean in a little while. The question is, who should collaborate with whom? We need to get people, because who come from different universities, different disciplines, different countries. We know some people, but we don't know all the people. And a tool that could bring us together and make meaningful teams, meaningful alliances, meaningful collaborations would be very, very important to the success of the consortium. Matchmaking algorithms, they are basically mathematics, and they are used in order to find complementarities or make comparisons between heterogeneous data sets. This is the initial idea of the platform as we had described it about 3-4 years ago, where we had the input of the information, and then we could annotate, cluster, and using some computational data techniques, we could get an output of a service within the collaborative platform that would bring out ideas and proposals and projects and this kind of stuff. However, things evolved a lot since then. This is how the EU collaborative platform sketch looks right now. So what we do here is we have an upstream data source. We have external sources. So this is the data ingestion layer. We take 2 steps here. We split the task in 2 steps. First, we go into the collaborative platform where we have the knowledge layer and the microservices. Then we have the collaboration layer. Everything gets integrated. And in the meantime, in parallel, we have an AI matchmaking engine which represents the data in the system. So it presents the data into the system. It feeds information to the system. We compare and check for compatibilities. We score, we optimize, and then we have an API, an interface, where we can make recommendations, and we have a feedback loop that gets better and better every time we give a new piece of information. So at the end of the day, we can get users, stakeholders, and we can have some key outcomes that we can measure. We can quantify more connections, higher collaboration success rate, and faster consortium formation. That increases the research impact. We get data from diverse sources, like researchers and projects and facilities, and then we feed them into the collaborative platform, and we hope to get a real-world impact, which basically has to do with acceleration of innovation, global challenges, create international consortium, and so on. In a nutshell, what we do is we take a couple of researchers, we integrate their information, expertise, interests, project, where they come from, we do a feature extraction, then the AI algorithms do the identity complementarity using machine learning models. We score that, and then we can make matches, binary matches, between all the people involved, included in the database. So you get an identity card, a compatibility between, a pairwise compatibility between all the people that you can find in the database, and then you can do that continuously as the information gets updated and increases. Intelligent matchmaking integrates all those things and hopes to get to identify similar expertise, complementarity, potential collaboration, and consortium opportunities. So we thought that we should benchmark which technique would be the ideal approach from a mathematical point of view to run the engine of the collaborative platform. And this is it's a bit heavy, but it's not that bad. So you can do scoring, you can do statistics, you can do graph theories, you can make your own algorithm, machine learning, game theory, and then network analysis. However, we decided, after we benchmarked all of those things, the different approaches, to the data that we had available at the moment, that by doing a comparative evaluation of those algorithms, that the best alternative, the best option that we had is to take the Hamming distance. The Hamming distance, as you can see here, it powers the matchmaking engine in the platform. So what you do is you take a researcher, the profile of a researcher, and you encode it. Then you do a pairwise comparison, like you would do if you're going to compare two fragments of DNA together. And then you get a similarity score, you rank it, and then you have a collaboration outcome. The mathematics are not that complicated. It's straightforward. And the most important thing is that computationally, it's very efficient. You can run it on a simple computer. You don't need a lot of resources, which is very, very important when those things go live and need to be there and be reliable all the time. So the Hamming distance takes two researchers and creates a vector between the two researchers, and then you can measure that from very dissimilar to very similar, and then you take different dimensions, you take the researchers, you give them a score. At the moment we have a binary score. In the future we can have decimal points and so on, and then you can create a matrix, and you can use that matrix to find, check the topology, the entropy of the matrix, and you can create teams. So you go from distance to collaboration impact. So from people that don't know each other, they go together, we calculate the Hamming distance, we find complementarity, we create collaborative opportunities, and we increase the impact of the group. So it's not just matchmaking, it's beyond matchmaking, because we see this platform as an opportunity to create new consortiums within the consortium or even outside the consortium. So we have different communication channels, and we have an innovation accelerator, and the goal basically is not to connect people, but to connect vectors, to connect ideas. Of course, there is the network effect, and the network effect means that every new member increases the value of the rest of the database, because in Hamming distances, the mathematics are not linear, the algebra is not linear is exponential, and the topology is affected in a non-linear way when you add new entries. So we want more people to register, to put the information in the database, in the RIS database, where we can extract it and upload it to the algorithm that we have been developing. Now, this is a sketch, a diagram of the collaborative platform as it stands now. So we have the data sources, we have interfaces where we can connect with websites, we can feed the information to other engines, and then this is like an example, as we will demonstrate to you in a couple of minutes, of how you can do a different representation layer, the front end, and you can have the application layer, the microservices, running individually on demand. And this is very efficient computationally, and it exploits all the information that we can find in the RIS database in a fantastic way, because you get the user, you get the expertise, and then when you get matches, you can check the publications, you can check the projects, and all the collaboration gets vectorized and returned to the user. So the AI engine is using the Jacquard similarity and the Hamming distance as variants in order to check if the network, the matrix that we have created within a specific task. So let's say that we want to go after a grant. We want to collaborate to develop some new ideas about a project. We want to co-teach, co-lecture some students. You give that information to the AI algorithm. It uses vector language and large language models to understand what you asked, and then it vectorizes everything here, and the ML AI stack uses Python in order to get the outcome. And the outcome, the integration, can be just communication, can be external integration, as I said. We can produce that information, we can feed that information to other engines. We have tried with B2Match, for example, and it works. So right now, where we stand, the future of the AI, of the collaborative platform, is not in its final destination. It's just the beginning. We want to achieve those bullets. We want to see them happening using the platform and the algorithms that we have developed. We want to see consortiums being created, Horizon, Europe, applications going out, student researchers networking, a knowledge graph exploitation, and AI-assisted collaboration, because this is the future. Connecting people and ideas. This is the aim. And I'm going to close this presentation, and we're going to take a few more minutes because we have a demonstration of the platform that we can run so you can see what's going on with something that Aristotle said in this country many, many years ago. And he said that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. We need to get together, collaborate, and then we are stronger than just being fragmented individuals doing, each one of us doing their own thing in our own laboratories. The future is very demanding. AI era is here, and we need to be prepared. We need to get together. We need to collaborate, and we can achieve wonderful things. So, thank you very much for your attention. And now let's move on to the demo. Dr. Papakonstantinou will take over. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Before concluding this session, I just want to show some the interface of this collaborative platform, a mock demo at this point, because it is at this point it is actually being integrated in the RIS platform, and it's going to work as a marketplace. So why is it not working? Okay, so as Professor Vlachakis said, the collaborative research platform is actually a matchmaking for researchers. So what we're trying to do is to unveil hidden expertise, institutions, research teams, and make them collaborate together. So the engine is going to be implemented in a workplace, in a marketplace, in the RIS platform. So we need to exploit all the information and data that we can find for researchers online and on the RIS platform. So working through this, implementation, the marketplace in the RIS platform is actually going to be an extra tab, an extra possibility for researchers that are already signed in the RIS database to actually go in the platform and demand for a collaboration, for a matchmaking possibility. For example, if my profile, Dr. Eleni Papakonstantinou, I'm interested in life sciences, bioinformatics, genetics, etc. So I have a fully integrated profile in the RIS database. So I get in the platform and I make a request on finding, for example, a collaboration for a funding possibility, for teaching collaboration, or just research for a research project. So what I do is I fill in my profile, I have my keywords, and the actual ML algorithm that runs through the matchmaking platform will pinpoint, will search the database, and will start matchmaking in a priority, the best matches of professors, researchers, whatever levels I choose. And the actual interesting point in this implementation is that it depends on the kind of direction that you want to have for a matchmaking. So if you are wishing to have a collaboration for a funding, research funding possibility, or for a teaching possibility, you're going to have different scoring. So the scoring system is different depending on the kind of direction you wish to have in the matchmaking collaborative platform. And then you're going to take an output of researchers that you could collaborate and matchmake with your own profile. So this is an actual mock run that is going to be implemented in the next few weeks and months. And it's going to be integrated in the RIS platform. And hopefully all of us in the community are going to be able to use it and take advantage of this additional possibility that we have. So thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Vlachakis, also. And do you have any questions? So are there any questions? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very honest.
Thank you.
There are two things that I would like to mention. The first one was the one that you mentioned before about you don't think that. The first one that you mentioned is the innovation. I'm not expecting innovation from AI. Because they know what they know, and they follow these ideas. So the innovation is the most important part. And usually it's given by the proposal. So you know where you have to apply, what you have to do, and so on. The next part is about the collaboration with the participants. It's very, very important. So the one that we mentioned there, I fully agree. The other thing also that is also important is what is the caliber of each participant. Because this is what they like to see. So I participate, just as an example, but if I don't have a caliber in order to follow the ideas that we put there, it's bad, very bad. That's all I have to say. Anyway, very attractive presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. I agree. It's not a magic button that you press and AI can deliver everything. The important thing here is that we are fragmented in different countries and different universities. So AI is not going to replace the human expertise forever, never. I'm sure that this will never happen. But what could happen is we could find smart ways to build on what you said. So we didn't have enough time to demonstrate everything, but each participant will have a reputation index within the database. So you are given an opportunity. If you don't behave well, if you don't keep up, then you get a bad score. Next time, the algorithm will take it into account, and you will be excluded from the next run. So we are trying to find ways to reward those who are involved and avoid those who just put their profile there and are not really interested. So we are trying to figure out ways to achieve, to solve that. But as I said, we are scientists, we are not wizards, and we try to find a way to get people together to collaborate.
Yeah, if I can complement in this answer, AI algorithms are based on data and behavior, so the refinement of this information and behavior of the usage of the platform is going to be of use, and we hope that everyone uses it when it's online. Do we have any other questions or comments? Yes. Can we get a microphone for the lady on the back there? Okay. If we feed from the org ID, you asked, right? Yes, yes. We try to get as much information online from Scopus ID, org ID, and whatever publications info. So as if a researcher's profile is more full, more complete, more descriptive than another one, it's going to have better results. So hopefully the profiles are built in a complete manner. However, we try to feedback also from Scopus IDs, org IDs, from whatever scientific information we can have valid. Thank you. Do we have any other questions? No. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Vlachakis. I would like to invite our rector, Professor Spyridon Kytsios, the rector of Agricultural University of Athens. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Because I know that we have extended a little bit our schedule, and unfortunately, as a rector, I have also some other meetings which I have to conduct. I just wanted to make a very brief welcome to every one of you. We are very fascinated and honored to have you here. EU-CONEXUS has gone so far. Not only we have completed almost 2 rounds of funding, so almost 8 years in operation, but we are really striving with all this variability and diversification, all these subtasks and actions we do, we strive to become what was the original vision, and we keep and we stay, we abide to this goal, a joint, a real, united European university. This is what we want to do. We want to make a difference, not only as far as the topic of sustainable development is concerned, especially in the coastal areas, but more than that, a united educational area. This is our goal. Thank you, everybody, for your presence here and your contributions, and all these interesting things you are doing are proof that we are on the right track to achieve this. Thank you very much, and enjoy your stay at our university. Thank you very much.
would like to continue with Professor Theofania Chironi and Aquapack, a sustainable packaging solution for food and cosmetics based on aquatic biomass and side streams. Thank you, Professor Chironi.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to introduce to you the project Aquapack, focusing on the valorization of aquatic biomass. As we are talking about valorization of biomass, it's vital first to position our work within the European waste management hierarchy. In this project, we focus on the prevention as we turn aquatic biomass into packaging materials instead of waste. And why do we develop packaging materials? Since 2025, we have seen that we have the new packaging and packaging waste regulation. These regulations has set very ambitious requirements for sustainable packaging in all the application areas. So by 2030, all packaging must be recyclable. It will be classified into recyclability performance grades, and materials that achieve low recyclability will face higher extended producer responsibility fees. So now, considering all these changes in the regulatory aspects and the scientific innovations, during the implementation of the negotiation period of this new regulation, we, from our part, built the Aquapack project. This is a 4-year project that started last July. This is funded under the Marie Skłodowska-Curie Actions, the Staff Exchanges Program, and it brings together 15 partners from 9 European countries. The project is coordinated by the Agricultural University of Athens and aims to develop sustainable packaging materials and systems appropriate for the preservation of food and cosmetics by valorizing aquatic biomass. In this map, you will see the diverse Aquapack partnership. On your left, you see the academic partners. These partners are experts in food, engineering, biotechnology, marine sciences, aquaculture, and material sciences, and you can identify 4 partners within the EU-CONEXUS family. On your right, you see the industrial partners. These partners are leaders in packaging materials, aquaculture, seafood processing, aquatic biomass, and cosmetics. So in this project, we introduce a strong interaction between academia and industry in order to ensure that the Aquapack innovations will be not only scientific robust, but also ready for real-world applications. How we work within Aquapack? First, we source the aquatic biomass. Then we move to the extraction and the formulation of packaging prototypes that are then tested for functionality, performance, safety, biodegradability, and in general, sustainability. More specifically, the aquatic biomass that we are using is first microalgae that are grown under optimized conditions and provide consistent and high-quality compounds. Second, we use macroalgae that are abundant and are also renewable resources. And third, we are using fish and seafood processing side streams and bycatch in order to turn waste into value addition. The packaging system that are producing are first packaging materials. We are producing films, biodegradable films, similar to the ones that Mrs. Staffili presented this morning. And we are testing these products for functionality, for bioactivity, mechanical properties, barriers, and overall performance to be compliant with specifications of food and cosmetics in terms of appropriateness for packaged materials. We also develop coatings, coatings for food and coatings for packaging materials. In several cases, bio-based packaging, for example, biodegradable packaging or monomaterials that are recyclable, cannot appropriately preserve the food. So we need to provide additional layers that in some cases can be bioactive, where bioactive compounds are gradually released from the packaging material into the packed product in order to better preserve and extend the shelf life. And also we develop rigid packaging, which can be trays for food or jars for cosmetics that are also enhanced with bioactive components. And we use, in this case, advanced fabrication technologies, for example, 3D printing. Apart from the food packaging materials, we develop also sensors. Sensors that can be freshness indicators, they can be time temperature integrators that provide additional information to the user regarding the quality of the product at all the stages of the supply chain as a dynamic expiration date. And in this slide, you see our methodology for product validation. First, we test our materials for their biological safety using advanced cell-based techniques. Then we test these materials, these prototypes, in real cosmetics and food applications by using microbiological, chemical, and sensory analysis in order to validate their compliance and also the safety and the quality of the packed product. Closing the presentation, we have seen during the first year that we have several emerging issues that will define the future in the food contact materials. We see a very clear trend towards sustainable packaging, a shift to biodegradable and recycled materials. These materials also are very strictly controlled under the new and the updated regulations. Currently, nanomaterials and microplastics are an emerging concern and issue that also needs to be evaluated for the next generation of the food contact materials. In general, we're working towards all these aspects in a similar methodology that Mr. Philip presented to you this morning. We hope for the next year to have more scientific achievements to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Tsironis. Do we have any questions from the audience? Any comments? Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Actually. Okay. Okay, we continue with our program. Welcome to the session entitled Research Area Structures in European University Alliances and Stakeholder Collaboration on Coastal Projects, Collaboration Opportunities. Today's session brings together representatives from 6 Greek institutions participating in different European university alliances. The aim of our presentation is to exchange experiences and perspectives on how these alliances are shaping research collaboration across Europe, how they organize research structure and infrastructures. As European university alliances continue to evolve, they are increasingly expected to contribute not only to education, but also to research excellence, innovation capacity, and societal impact. Let us begin with our first speaker. It is my pleasure to invite Professor Sotirios Karellas from National Technical University of Athens and EULIS, the European University Linking Society and Technology. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody. So as As was said, my name is Sotirios Karellas. I'm professor at the National Technical University of Athens, School of Mechanical Engineering, and I am the scientific responsible for the EU List Alliance. First of all, I would like to cordially thank Professor Flemetakis, the Vice Rector of the University, for inviting me here, and of course, Mrs. Haritou for organizing all these speeches. So our project, EU List, our alliance, is trying to link society with technology. And it started in October 2020. So the idea started in October 2020, and the National Technical University of Athens was one of the main, let's say, beginners of this alliance. And the funding came after one not successful try in November 23. And now we are somewhere in the middle of our financing, and the financing concerns 10 universities. We are the universities that you see here. We have partners from Finland, Sweden, Germany, France, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Austria, Spain, Italy, and of course Greece. And now it's very new, so 2 months ago, also the University of Stuttgart joined the alliance. So the added value of our alliance has to do with the university itself. So we are trying to provide, to strengthen the cooperation, to add internationality. In administrative issues, professional exchange and peer learning, but also the heart of our alliance is, of course, our students. So we are trying to have new mobility formats, international experiences, and internships, and last but not least, researchers. So we need to create a research network. We are trying to collaborate in common infrastructures and also common projects, as we'll see in the next slides. So the building blocks are, first of all, student engagement. The digital campus is a part of our alliance. We want to have joint degrees, joint research. We are young. We are younger than CONEXUS, and we learn a lot. So I also learned a lot from the presentations of Ms. Haritou and the discussions that we had last time we met. And I'm very happy to be here and, let's say, join forces and discuss with you our experiences. So okay, sorry. We have 5 work packages. I'm showing you this because I will explain why. This is how we created our alliance. So our alliance was created, and we have a work package 4 in which we, as the National Technical University of Athens, are responsible. I am chairing work package 4, which has to do with research and innovation. I always say that Greece is the country of allergies. We have a lot of allergies, and I am one that has a lot of allergies, for example, in shrimps and some other seafood, unfortunately, because I like them a lot. So the Commission has a small allergy in the word research when it comes to alliances. This is something that we have discussed a lot, and the Commission does not want to see that research is being provided, is being done, is going forward with money coming from alliances. So it needs to be clear that the alliance and our alliance, work package for me is research and innovation, is a way to bring people together. Then we have a gap because writing proposals together and performing research is not part of the EU list or of any alliance. And then we have as key performance indicators common projects, number of common projects. So it's a little bit strange because, as I said before, we bring people together, we bring ideas together, we bring infrastructure together, but research itself is not funded from the EU list. And this was a long discussion. It's a very, now, in the last month that we have our meeting with the Commission, it was a long discussion that we had with them about the presence of research in these alliances. But let me take everything from with the series, with the right order. Students is the heart of our alliance. We are organizing the so-called student conference once a year. This is in Vienna and in Paris. So we are bringing students together, exchanging ideas of research. We are trying to have a digital campus in which we will enrich a course catalog. We will have the possibility to have tools for open research knowledge. And on the other hand, we will have the idea of sustainable campuses, how we can create campuses and actually how we can have climate neutrality in 2040, the pathway to this idea. And last but not least, double degrees, joint masters is within the scope of our alliance. However, I am coming from the technical part and in the research area, and as we see also in the European Commission's projects, we cannot stay in our ivory towers and be separated from the society. So in our alliance, and I guess in all alliances, we are trying to link society with technology. So if I go further to the research part, so I would like to say that the first task that we did, the first success story of our alliance in terms of research, was the creation of a common research strategy. We have 9 universities, 10 universities, and we are having different strategies. So we linked the strategies together, trying to put a strategy, a common strategy for the whole alliance. This is not easy. There were universities like the University of Finland, Lund University, the strategy of which is just one page. So one slide, by the way, not one page even. So other universities had maybe 50 pages of strategy. So it is very difficult to combine all this, and we came to a result. The second thing we did as research work package and as research-oriented people, we created the so-called area. Area is the Research and Innovation Academy, in which we are having a virtual early career research center. And in this research center, every 6 months or every year, we have started with a 6-month concept. We are providing some free spaces for researchers, young researchers, but also senior researchers, to exchange ideas and to go for 2 to 4 months to the other universities. Platon and Aristotle, by the way, are also here, so I am in line with the presentation of my colleague before. So I'm also an admirer of Aristotle. We have described the researcher of the future. The researcher of the future is different than the traditional researcher. We have AI, we have virtual labs, we have virtual tools, we have digital twins, etc., etc. So the researcher of the future was something that we have described, and the expectations that we have from the researcher of the future was something we have put in an order, let's say. And last but not least, we have created a way of presenting results, research results, and a way to bring people together in order to create more cooperations. So we are calling it Fridays for Research. This was inspired from Fridays for the Future, which was a movement about the climate change. We have Fridays for Research. One Friday every month we are gathering together, and each university is providing its excellence in specific topics. I will give you some examples. And if you go to the AI, by the way, Aristotle and Platon would be something like that. So this is the figure of the, let's say, up-to-dated area. So Fridays for Research, here you can see the topics. We have started in March 2024 with some topics like energy storage, like material sciences, bioengineering, environmental research, smart cities. Something is missing, society. So we did Fridays for Research with social sciences. Very, very interesting. For me, as a technology, let's say, nerd, I would say, I was very much interested in seeing this point of view, which is very hot nowadays in every project. And of course, we went to cybersecurity, AI, and we also did something else. We called also some officers from the Commission to explain to us how to write proposals, for example, in the EU Pathfinder. And we have also created something that we say lunch lectures. So every university, like here is the example of Hanover, has created a small, let's say, online webinar in which they explained where they have their excellence. For example, they are very, very, very good in terms of physics, in terms of especially quantum mechanics, etc. So we did also other social Fridays for Research, and now we will have the next one, which has to do with the University of Lut. I will be short, 3 minutes more if I have the time. Virtual Early Career Research Centers, the so-called area I said before. In this center, we have the exchange of early career researchers, but also, as I said before, senior researchers. We had this February that we opened a new call, the new call. We had about 250 open positions. So it was an excellent, let's say, call, and we have a very, very good feedback. And something else that we are organizing are the symposia, and also we organized a global conference, which took place in November 2026 in Madrid. And we had 230 researchers from 34 countries. It was a very successful conference having to do with sustainable solutions for climate resilient societies. And last but not least, we are organizing BIPs, blended intensive programs. We have organized 14 up to now. These are programs that I'm sure you know them very well. And this is an example of the ones that were organized in Athens, and it was very, very successful, and we really enjoyed it, and the students that came also enjoyed it very much, and they also got profit of it, seeing lovely Athens, but also taking their ECTS. Also some teaching fora that we are having here is in Bratislava, and some matchmaking events. We had one which was organized in Sweden, and we also have another one in October in Madrid. So we are trying to put people together to discuss and create new projects. Just to end up my presentation, I would like to say that, of course, as every project, as every alliance, we have some KPIs. The most difficult for me, my headache, was the KPI of the common projects. That I said before, we have promised that we will have 15 EU list projects. That means 15 projects financed in which at least 3 partners from the EU list are involved. We are very happy because now we have 8 of them, and we are in the middle of the project. So as a KPI, we are, it's going quite well, and I can sleep in the night. That's important. So this is the team of the EU list. We have a numerous team, a gender-balanced team, I need to say that, and also our rector, Professor Hadjigeorgiou, who is giving his greetings, and Professor Zisis and Professor Varvarigos, who are the vice rectors of our university. Professor Adam and myself are the scientific responsibles and all this nice team. So thank you very much. Enjoy your stay in Athens, and I hope that we will have the opportunity that we already have due to the excellent collaboration with Ms. Hari to get together and exchange our ideas, because you have a lot of experience and you are doing also wonderful things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kachelis, for the great and insightful presentation. Do we have any question from the audience? Please. The microphone. If just a moment.
Hi, thank you for the presentation and the introduction us in your alliance. You said that you have some difficulties with collaborative projects, or do you have co-tutels, or to the PhD level? How this work in your alliance, the co-tutel part?
Thank you very much. Excellent. I didn't say that we have difficulties with research. I said that we are, first of all, that we are very happy that we promised 15 and we have already 8. The issue and the allergy that I mentioned has to do with the fact that the Commission is afraid of double funding. I said it as an allergy, but we need to be careful. We discussed it also when we had the specific conference on these alliances. So we need to be very, very careful and very clear. So crystal clear that there's no suspicion of double funding, and there was no in our meeting. So for co-tutel, it is a very nice thing. We already have co-tutels, and it was a KPI that we have already passed above. So it is, we have co-tutels in PhDs, and this works very well. I can tell you now, for example, from the University of L'Aquila, Italy, with the University of Bratislava, they have co-tutels. So we have 4 or 5, if I'm not wrong, co-tutels already running, which is a great success as well.
Yeah.
Because there you have the issue that each university has a different, let's say, the different orders and what is there to follow. So we need, the one needs to follow the other, but there are also some walls and some red lines that you cannot overpass. So some universities are very, very open and flexible, some others not. Some others that you would expect that they are flexible, they are not. So you need to have a good, let's say, cooperation, and we do have. Most of them were successful in the discussion.
And you have KPIs, co-tutels under the funding, or you do this apart?
We have KPIs. You mean if we fund the PhDs from the money of EU list? No.
A number of co-tutels that has to be done under the funding for EU list.
Yes, this is the KPI. Yeah. We have. I don't remember it. I can check it, but I will tell you. We do have a number. Yes.
Yep.
I think it's 8, 7, something like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other question? Any other?
A lady over there. Can tell you. 20 and 12 are achieved. I have here the KPIs. They have already started. Yeah, of course. We are just 2 years old alliance, so financed. So we have 20 and 12. Yes, so it's more. 12 have already gone through.
Hi. Thank you for your presentation. It was really interesting. I was just wondering, how do universities from outside the Alliance get involved with yourselves? Or is it that you just work with the universities that are within that Alliance?
You mean how universities that are not in the Alliance can get profit of the Alliance? First of all, I have to tell you that, for example, I mentioned, since we are talking about research, this session is about research. It is not, let's say, limiting that the universities must be from the Alliance. So, for example, in the projects that we got, there are also universities from other countries, and maybe from the same countries, other universities. I can tell you an example. We have a collaboration with the University of Hanover in Germany, but we also have an EU list project where we have 3 partners from EU list, and we don't have the University of Hanover, but we have the University of Munich, for example. So that means that we are not married in this way with the University of Hanover, and the University of Munich can also work. Why am I saying this? Because we have a lot of professors that already had a lot of cooperations with other universities. I am visiting professor in the University of Munich, for example, that I mentioned, but it is not a member of the alliance. So I can have, in a project, it can participate instead of another. But this is not, let's say, no-go. You can choose the partners that you go. The only, let's say, the only issue in order to, the only rule, if you want, in order to baptize a project, EU list project, is to have at least 3 partners from the alliance. So that's all. The rest, there's no limit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other question? Yeah, from the Project Development Support Office of our EU-CONEXUS Alliance.
Hi. Do you have a form of seed funding in your alliance?
A formal what?
Seed funding, like micro grants that you give to small projects that are conducted through collaboration of few of your
No.
partners? No.
No, we don't have such, and I don't think that we are allowed to do that because, as I said, from a point on, the Commission said that, no, you know that.
Yeah, I know, because we had
exactly.
the same problem.
That would be really gold for us, but we are not allowed to do that.
But you can. I mean, if they are not doing research.
Yeah. If they are not doing research.
Financing activities.
Yes,
that
we
are
need
not,
to be very, very careful on that, so we are trying to avoid it, yes.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If there is not any other question, thank you very much,
Merci,
Professor Karelas. We continue. It is my pleasure to invite Professor Konstantinos Kounetas from University of Patras and UNICOST, the European University of Islands, Ports and Coastal Territories.
Okay. Good evening to all. My name is Konstantinos Kounetas. The shortcut name is Kostas, of course. And I'm professor in economics at the Department of Economics, of course, the University of Patras. And let's say about, not the 18th, 15th months, I'm working in different subjects in UNICOST alliances. I would like to thank also the Vice Rector and, of course, Ms. Haritou for their invitation. And if Professor Karelas said about that it was EU list, it was a small kid, probably UNICOST is something like an infant here in this alliance. So we are looking for the alliances, of the alliances in order to learn things from this kind of stuff. So who we are? We are some different, we have better map, of course, of the previous EU list. As you can see, we are approaching the United States, okay, so we are better than EU list, of course. We have, let's say, 10 and 1 associated partner. As you can see, we have many members of different countries, from France, Antilles, Azores, Portugal, and so on. Okay, but during the presentation, I was thinking about to express my feelings about these alliances. If you know about the diffusion of innovation in economics, you will see a sigmoid, curve. So in the first, before, let's say, 16 months that the Vice Rector and the Rector told me about to participate, my first reaction was reluctant, say no. So why? What is this alliances? What I have to do? I knew nothing. So as my daughter says, I was a newbie. Also, my daughter's doing this one, but I don't know what does this mean. Okay, this is for the young people. Probably I'm revealing my age. So Professor Karelas and the other, of course, alliances are giving me the old movie about the Back to the Future, So Back to the Future one was from Professor Kaleras and NTUA, and we have other continuation that we have many things to learn. So we spend a lot of time in order to, let's say, trying to define. It was boring, I have to admit it was very boring to discuss and saying about the teaching. It was first teaching, and that was very annoying for me. What do we have to do with the teaching? I think that I agree completely that you have to put research also in these alliances. So, as a part of the second hub, as you can see, blue circular economy, port logistics, and sustainable blue tourism, I was participating in this one. We are trying to have different stories, different meetings. It was about 10 months of meetings, discussing about how can we frame it, how can we put some subjects, and this one, it was completely boring, as you can see. So I was very annoying about this one. I was trying to figure out what I'm doing in this license, what I'm doing in this hub, and I was trying to find, my place in this. Okay. As you can see, we have different, of course, hubs, as Professor Kalelas said before, somehow have many similarities with other in our structure, and as I can see from the things that we are trying to reach off. And what does the grant agreement require? The great requirement in this one, as you can see, but the most fascinating, it was the process, to describe the process, to start, and believe me, it was this January of 2026 that things are more, favorably in accordance to me. Okay, sorry. It was the day that we are starting to frame, what we want to do, and it was the day that actually we want to not only stretch, our competencies in this teaching area, but also we are trying to revealing what we want to do with research. So from the stage of we are moving from the sigma, now we're moving on. We are not in the saturation point or the maturation point, as you can see, but we are trying, to frame it. And it was a large meeting. We don't have this, that Professor Vlahakis said before, this demo that we want to collaborate with to find the most, preferable to me, or the matching according to Jacquard Similarity Index. We have to talk with other people. That it was also boring. But after, the Dubrovnik meeting that we had, actually, this was the first. It was in the March of 2026. A great initiative for us, in order to shape more clearly what we want to do in the future. This was the fascinating part also for me. But this is what the teaching research hub that we have, and we have a full description. But we have to face many, problems. I'm not going to promise to you innovative solutions or no solutions here, but we have many challenges and promises, because we have particularities between, as described before, particularities, rigidities, institutionals, regulations, different frameworks between the different universities, and so on. Believe me, and I have to be clear on this one, I'm moving on, this sigmoid curve. I'm starting, to understand better probably what we are doing here. Believe me, you are starting, to be more mature in this analysis, and, to move away, all the problems, and to start to do things. For example, we have only, let's say, 2 years of presence as alliances. We have also BIP for master students, also BIP for postdocs and PhD students, also big, for our students in our program, organized with University of Sassari. Now, that time, this month, we are discussing with other colleagues, with other universities, in order how can we, frame and create a new master program, because we are newbies, as we said before. And second, of course, to create some other BIPs. According to me, this is the great, opportunity of these alliances. Remember that I was reluctant and negative to these alliances because probably I didn't understand anything about this one or what is an alliance is. Because as you can see from the structure of our universities, University of Patras is a big one, enormous one, comparing with the others. So we have, a giant with small other universities around it, and, to find, common languages was very difficult, okay? So, after, the debriefing, this meeting, we are starting to framing our common research agenda in different sectors, in different things, as you can see, circular economy, renewable energy, and so on. So, I think that we are putting the things slowly, in a small river that probably is gonna, give us a solution in the future. Problems exist. First of all, heterogeneity. Heterogeneity exists, is everywhere, so we have somehow to face it. Okay. Second, different structural, institutional, regulational schemes for all the countries. Oh, Italy has this one, France has this one, 2 in 1 year, 4 years in Greece, and so on. Believe me, how can we face this problem? Forget everything about it. We are fragmented, as you said before. We have different capacities, different legislations, different institutional, rules, different government rules, and so on. Believe me, forget about these things. Put aside all this kind of stuff and think how can you cooperate. We are starting, to frame, as I said before, the previous month, a new, master program with other, of course, universities, and we leave aside and we are thinking about only 2 things, the structure of the program and how can we, form it, okay? This was the main 2 ideas, the 2 pillars that we said before. So, the next thing that we did after, the meeting, it was something, that we did in Dubrovnik, is how can we enhance, our common research agenda. So, we are starting to create for every hub this kind of stuff. Especially for Hub Dub that I'm, let's say, more involved, we are trying to say which are the main EU alignments according to it, and which is the role of our hub to it. So we have a repetition of these procedures for all the hubs. We are having a map here about all the teaching and research hubs of UNICOST alliances. So after that, it was very easy to go to the next step, of course, and trying to search for funding opportunities. In my mind, there is no alliances with research, in my mind, in my opinion. No research has a problem with the alliances because I don't know if, okay, you are, the alliances was first keen of teaching, but funding opportunities is much more. So we are trying to, after many discussions, to map for every, hub, this kind of stuff. So we're matching the horizon calls, and we are trying, to make a mapping and, a correspondence to each hub and which horizon calls that we can participate. So we are forming now, our teams in order to have, the appropriate calls and to see how can we participate in this one. This is for all the hubs, as you can see. I know that we are a new alliance here. I know that we are newbies to this one. We have to learn more for the other alliances. We are keen of, having, information from, of course, any other. But I think that we are trying to find now, our steps in according to this. We are trying to find our path. This is the situation so far for UNICOST alliances because, as you can see, has sports, has logistics, has cost, has everything here. Has a great, a very large thematic area. We are trying to keep on, and my main, question as Kostas is what's going to be in the future. We talked before, some colleagues from here, it's going to be, you know, something like a poof here, the elastic, and after 2028 it's going to vanish. This is the, you know, the main question for me here. It's going to vanish for everyone. It's going to stay. It's going to stay through the collaborations. This is also, you know, a question, open question for the EU in order. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, probably
any
not.
questions from the audience? Lucy? No? Everything was clear, very informative presentation.
Okay.
So,
thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your staying in Athens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We continue. It is my pleasure to invite Professor Konstantinos Alketas-Ougrinis, the Vice Rector of Research from Technical University of Crete, and Eureka Pro, the European University on Responsible Consumption and Production.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here. I thank a lot Manolis Flemetakis for inviting me. It's always a pleasure to see other alliances. I think we all share the same vision, the same dreams, but as it is already told, the same problems. And I think it's quite important to exchange views and discuss all these matters. First, our alliance was established through the initiative regarding European Universities Initiative. I will not stay in these first slides. It discusses in general how the European Alliance initiative began and the vision that actually Europe tried to create some critical mass of universities to create a new paradigm. This, I think, is very important to understand because a new paradigm in education means that it is not border-oriented, as a lot of things, unfortunately, are in the European Union, but is actually a possibility to create new entities. And I want to stress that because in order not to be a program and become something transitional, it means that what we have to do is actually create a common sense of one institution, of one entity. Unfortunately, how the programs are managed and how the Commission and everybody actually follow them and check them creates more the idea of a deliverable task operation with the audit of the expenses that actually does not help and improve the ability to connect. So in general, I would say that this was a very, very important initiative. And the reason for that is that we have, as Europe, to compete with the established American universities and also the rising Chinese universities, that we actually need a certain strategy to manage to overcome the challenges and actually create opportunities for the next era. Here you see a list of Greek universities. I have 15. I learned that they are 16 right now, so this is a good analogy because we have 25 universities in Greece, so there are 2/3 actually are involved. Here are the Senate decision to enter. Now, the Alliance is focused on Sustainable Development Goal 12. It's one of the alliances that have a specific topic to focus. And it consists by 9 universities in 8 European countries. The countries are Austria, Germany, Poland, Greece, Spain, Romania, Belgium, and France. We have 120,000 students, 20,000 staff, and 110 departments and faculties, with 32 associated partners from all over Europe and Ukraine. The universities are the Montan Universitat Leoben, now the Technical University of Leoben, the Technische Universität of Bergakademie of Freiberg, Technical University of Crete, Universitate Leon, Silesian University of Technology, Universität of Petrosani, Hochschule Mittweida, Hassel University, and University of Lorraine. As I said, our focus is SDG 12, but also SDG 4 as quality education. The vision of the Alliance is to be an educational core hub and interdisciplinary research and innovation leader for responsible production and consumption of goods, a major contributor to the realization of the EU Green Deal and circular economy, role model for civic engagement, equal participation and transparent joint governance, ensure academic freedom and free mobility throughout Europe. The Eureka Pro Study programs are 4 bachelor degrees that are designed to run. I'm saying that because right now some of them have accepted students, but in general they are in the formulation, most of them. There is a bachelor degree in management and production engineering with RCP specialization from the Silesian University of Technology, responsible consumption and production by the Technical University of Leoben, engineering with RCP specialization by TUBAF, and electrical engineering automation with RCP specialization by Mittweida. Now, master programs, in a way, they are most easy to do, joint or dual degrees. I think that most of you that you have already been involved. Master degrees, many of them are already been taught in English, so there was more ability there to connect and create something easier. So we see management and production engineering, responsible consumption and production, again, the same in the field of industrial engineering, sustainable engineering and climate change, sustainable technologies of energy resources and raw material, machine learning and data science. Now we have a joint master through the actually the program that the Ministry of Education in Greece supported as international joint degrees in responsible consumption and production, materials and mining. And also we have the Erasmus Mundus in smart sustainability, chemical engineering with external partners. Lorraine took Hassel, Sapienza and Stuba. Excuse me. No, I'm in the wrong direction. Okay, now, regarding research, we have also 5 areas, as presented 10 before. We call them flagships. The first one is circular economy and natural resources management for sustainable material. The second is just societal multi-scale transition towards sustainability and responsibility. Energy transition and sustainable energy management, Industry 4, technology organization and human perspectives towards responsible industry, impacts of transition on global health. We have a common interface platform, a virtual database giving access to the respective dynamic database on SDG 12 projects, scientific competencies, research outputs of Eureka Pro partners. So we have tried also to create a platform to connect, but I was really impressed with what you did with your alliance, because actually it's a very useful tool. And we also have created the initiation of, let's say, an horizontal or connected innovation living labs. Most of us had already some kind of infrastructure as innovation lab or living labs. So we created a connection with all of these to actually start creating, let's say, a common infrastructure where innovation and the community, because we have a lot of activity on the third mission, actually to start implementing, let's say, community-based research projects. Now, Eureka Pro activities are review weeks, international weeks, staff training weeks, summer schools, lecture series, STEM competition, PhD journey, internships, BIPs, innovation and entrepreneurship programs, workshop, exhibition, open days, orientation, science and technology days, open online self-paced foreign language courses, and an international conference on responsible consumption and production every 2 years. Now, Eureka Pro activities, our activities in this is we have around 1,000 physical people in mobility and online 5,000. In general, as an alliance, we decided 1 month ago to make the huge step of increasing our engagement and virtual mobility, because this cannot happen in physical mobility, of 50% of all our students. So we aim to have 60,000 students kind of be involved in other in activities of other universities. It's a very ambitious goal. I hope that we will make it. But as you all know, this is also a competitive process, so it means in order to be funded for the next period, you need impact. So it's it's necessary to show that we actually are beginning to integrate. Now here we have Eureka Pro faculty, student and staff activities at Technical University of Crete. We had the International Week of 2022. We have a PhD journey. PhD journey is PhD students that just exchange through the partners. We had the review week. We have the student orientation day 2024 and the STEM day 2024. We have delegation visits of Lorraine Petrosani, 2026, and Silesian University of Technology. And the flagship events were actually launched at 2025, and the first flagship event was hosted at TUC. Now, outside TUC, there are, as you have seen, in events in Hasselt, in Tubaf, in Leon, and the other universities in general every year. As you see from the numbers, this is something that started, but actually as TUC, I think we are very engaged as partners. But in general, as a consortium, I think we have stepped up our process, but they were not so engaged at the start. Here you see that the international conference, the first, it was the COVID area, was online. The second was at Leon. And we have hosted the conference at Chania for 2023 and 2025. Here to say that everybody wants to come to Chania. So, you know, everybody wants the conference to be held there. And we have also the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Program. These are online, mainly, actions that there are students and researchers from all the partners. We have a topic. It's like an online hackathon, actually, that it lasts for 3 months. Usually there are specific lectures online. They have a topic. They have something to deliver. At the end, whatever they have designed, they created, there is sessions with people from the market to discuss if this actually can move on and how to cultivate a mindset of innovation and actually valorization of results. It also helps researchers, especially young researchers, to connect. The truth is that we do not have engagement from senior researchers, but mostly of master or PhD students and some undergrads. Now, the funded educational activities are 19 postgraduate level RCP courses offered by two faculty. These are courses online. Again, it's MOOCs actually. They are courses that they are not asynchronous educational material. One self-paced Greek language course, 32 registration fees for two participation in international RCP-related conferences. We pay the registration for PhD students mostly. And then visits of faculty and this kind of other events. As we had lectures of faculty from the other universities to us. I would say that there is a lot of room for improvement here. This connection should be much, much more. My proposal is to actually have this kind of lectures within courses. I mean, they should be integrated. Again, as I say, the goal here is to create a common entity. If we want to create a common entity, it means that we must start giving courses together, even if it's online or hybrid. I mean, the two courses can be done at Chania and at Lorraine, and you have these students exchange views every week, even, for a period of time, but also create the same identity. So until now, we have this kind of mobility mostly. It's like Erasmus exchange. Here you see various of these posters and of these events. In general, we had a rebranding, let's say, campaign. For the second phase, we created, actually the logo didn't change a lot, but in general, we created a rebranding of the Alliance. And we start working with common templates, so whatever the Alliance produces, it's in the same design. Then we have a series of seminars, and the other, I think, kind of step that it needs to step up. It's the associated partners. Right now, they are mostly memorandums of, let's say, understanding, but they are not active. I mean, we need more activity, more engagement in the collaboration with stakeholders and associated partners. This is the conference that held last year at Chania. The flagship events, the flagship event took place in September of the previous year. It was a research-oriented event, research-oriented in the sense that there were a lot of proposals here in this area, and there is a kind of, internal process to actually bring proposals to submit. So it is events that are connection events. They are physical matchmaking events, not digital, and I think it went quite well. We created a Eureka Pro landmark at our universities in order for all universities to have the same landmark. Eureka Pro was, we had actually, we have 3 proposals that we have 7+ partners of the Alliance. We have 3 more that there are 5. We have 3 tiers of engaged programs. If you have at least 3, it's a satellite program. If you have 5, it's in an integrated program. And if you have more than 7, it's a core program. The difference is that if it's a core program, it is more connected with the brand, means that it is much more connected with the other activities of Eureka Pro, and as it moves outside, it uses mostly the network, but not all facilities. Now the Technical University of Crete, in this specific category, it's in 800 and plus rank. We are the IT core of the Alliance. All the IT activities is based at the Technical University of Crete. And we have all the basic platforms and apps. And we try to create, as you, the tools, the digital tools, to have the connections in all kinds of levels, either academic, research, connection with society and stuff. Now, this is our virtual campus map. The virtual campus is where right now courses have started, and we try to create this virtual presence. We have established our entity. We are now legal. We have a legal entity. It's the new university established at Brussels under the Belgian law. And we aim to have students by September 2027. In a way, it's necessary, although, to go to the other phase. Now the people engaged, actually, Ivan Diamandopoulos and Michaela Goudakis. Ivan Diamandopoulos is the PI, and Michaela Goudakis is the person that associates me and Michalis Zervatis as a director, and Pino Fregedaki is the project manager. And this is the people that are involved. General, as you say. And now we have, I think, a small video, but I'll just run it.
Eureka Pro, the European University on Responsible Consumption and Production, is a transnational of 9 partner universities.
I don't want to take.
Eureka Pro, the European.
It's you do. Από πάνω το.
University on Responsible Consumption and Production
we don't
is
have
a
to see it all.
transnational alliance of 9 partner universities from 8 European countries. European universities operating in 8 languages, and production with the long-term goal such as sustainable, responsible consumption,
one of
and
the
transfer
promotional
into society,
videos
featuring innovative teaching and prepare students for international on the
attract
production
students.
game, along with
General,
creativity,
I don't want to go
innovation,
through it all.
intercultural and language skills.
And this is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Grinis. Are any questions from the audience? Professor Klimatakis, the microphone, please. The microphone. Here.
Thank you very much, Kostas, for this very interesting presentation. I was really impressed with the sheer amount of different activities you already have time to implement in your alliance. Could you, if I ask you to just pick one, in your opinion, the most successful common activity you did in order to bring together the researchers, which would be that? Which do you think, which activity, which idea was the best in order to improve networking between researchers in your alliance?
Okay, this is a really nice question, because I would say that all these activities may seem impressive, but actually have a lot of noise. And I would say that we are swamped on deliverables and activities, meaning that it's really hard to create more established kind of connections that actually have this kind of quality. In my opinion, but again now, because it's so wide, I'm restricted to the thing I know, because maybe somebody else would answer differently than I. For me, the best activity is the Innovation Living Labs. But this is also something that I am quite interested in. And the reason for that is that it's bottom-up. The Innovation Living Labs, it's not like established researchers that actually searches for consortium. They are people that actually try to do something. And for me, this is a very crucial difference because all universities have labs and researchers, and they actually, everybody strive to get a project, EU-funded, national funded, because this is existential. So the main thing that they care about is to find consortia and submit proposals. In my university, more than 80% of the time of the researchers goes to proposals. Not actually doing research, they are trying to get the next proposal. And this, for me, in general, is a distortion. So, if you really care about what you're doing, this is very evident in the Innovation Living Labs because you actually create the vision of the next generation. And I think this is much important because what we are doing is something that we consolidate it in 15, 20 years from now. Even if the funding is stopped, we must proceed. We must find a way to make it, happen. So this, for me, is the most important one, and unfortunately, it has the lowest resources from everything else. But I think it's the most important. Second, I would put the flagships, because the flagships, as already shown from the other universities, are kind of frameworks that you can have interdisciplinary research. Everybody has their own, abilities, their own roles. So I think it's the best for mature researchers, the best setup.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Ugrinis, if there is any other question from the audience. If not, thank you so much. We continue. It is my pleasure to invite Professor Nikolaos Samaras from the University of Thessaly and the European University Alliance Invest, the competitive university for a sustainable society.
Okay.
¿Δεν αλλάζει?
Oh.
It cannot change.
Then, okay, that's μάλλον, okay. F5. Okay. F5 μήπως. That's escape.
Can somebody help us? We cannot change the slides.
Ας πούμε εκεί. Βγάλε το presenter view.
Next.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to show my appreciation to the host university for the invitation and the EU-CONEXUS Alliance, and special thanks to Mrs. Vera Haritou for giving the opportunity to present our alliance. My name is Nikolaos Samaras. I'm a professor at the University of Thessaly and the local coordinator for the Invest European University Alliance. In this presentation, I will briefly present the alliance, very briefly, and I will focus on three main points.
namely how we, our research activities, the structures we have for our research cooperation, and how we work with our regional stakeholders, which is a really important thing for the Alliance. As you all know, the connection between research and communities is very important for the European Commission as well. I will also present two examples from the University of Thessaly, which really show that research can become has real practical value for students, universities, and societies. Okay. The INVEST is a European University Alliance, which composed of 7 different universities from 7 different European countries. Its main mission is sustainable transformation in universities, regions, and communities. And it's built on three strategic pillars. The first pillar is focused on regional transformation, ecosystems, and entrepreneurship. The second pillar is focused on flexible education and work-based pedagogy. And the third pillar is, let's say, is involved with the development of a center of excellence in research, development, and innovation. So actually, we can safely say that we're not just an education alliance, but we connect research with innovation and regional development. Okay. How the research is approached in INVEST, I will try to show it in this slide. The research in INVEST is interdisciplinary and challenge-based, and it evolves around regional and societal needs. The research results are integrated and used by the students, researchers, and stakeholders. Also, it supports cooperation among different stakeholders. It could be local authorities, other public figures, companies, private companies, other consortiums. And also it supports, as we saw in previous speakers, does this work?
Yes, it works.
It supports joint proposals, research mobilities, which is very important to show, doctoral cooperation, and also open science, where we have 2 platforms that we share the research results. Okay. Okay, the structures. So in order for all these things to work properly, we need the corresponding structures and collaboration mechanisms. The first structure is the creation, as I said, of a center of excellence, a European standard center of excellence in research, development, and innovation, which brings together researchers, companies, local authorities, and other stakeholders. And it actually, the board of that, of the Center of Excellence, pretty much decides the strategy and the path that it will be taking in terms of research. And this is part of our French partner, which is, I guess, the main quarters of this Center of Excellence is in Reims, France. And living labs. Living labs are very important to us and are core tool, if you will, to connect the universities with the society. We were lucky. We had this is the second phase. We are of participating in the European University Alliances. In the first phase, we had a Dutch university that really living labs were in their blood. So we found a really rich background, okay? We developed several living labs, and we utilized them in order to have research converted to practical results. Digital and open science mechanism. We have developed an open science hub, an open repository, so we are sharing the research across all alliances. We have the RDI virtual incubator, which supports creating networking, and also, from there, the research ideas begin, and other research-related issues. We have the joint groups and mobility mechanisms for the research and mobility that support cross-university collaboration. So these structures should not be looked as isolated tools, as autonomous tools, but be thought of as being part of an ecosystem that helps connect the governance, networking, experimentation, open knowledge, with the idea to create impact, regional impact, and societal impact as well. Okay, the living labs. As I said, the living labs are very important because they connect the universities with society, and they bring together universities, companies, public authorities, students, NGOs, and civil society. So usually the living lab project starts from real problems, real needs, and real problems from the society. And then researchers, students, and stakeholders work together to, let's say, propose a solution, devise a solution, and test the solution. And then the stakeholders mainly will be the ones that would really value whether this solution is useful or not, and if it creates useful products for the society. So it is important to understand that the stakeholders are not passive participants of the process, but they are part of the process. And I think this is a reason that so far the living labs we have created are rather successful. Okay, here are the two examples I said that I will present that present a really valuable tool, as we see. The one is the Educate EU, a digital academic advising platform developed by UTH within Invest. This platform combines semantic technologies, ontologies, explainable AI, 5G reasoning, and a grounded conversational layer. It supports career exploration, academic pathway recommendations, program eligibility checks, skill gap analysis, and institutional integration. Actually, the second example is our living labs, which helps cooperate with regional authorities, companies, municipalities, and communities on real world problems, the so-called wicked problems, okay, a European term that it is favorable to be used. Relevant areas could be regional resilience, as you see, sustainability, agri-food systems, digital transformation, and environmental risk, etc. We can name a few. You can see here a list of 7 developed living labs in each country. And in the case of Larissa, the number 3 living lab has been developed. We have 2 living labs developed in Larissa. One is, the first one was concerns the disaster response management, which was inspired by the consecutive physical disaster we had in Thessaly. We had earthquakes, major earthquakes. We had consecutive floods, which, by the way, destroyed half of the campus in Volos, actually submerged the research committee building. It was completely wiped out. And we had fires and so on. So that was a motive to create a living lab as such. So in that living lab, we have as stakeholders are the fire company, the hospital, the the regional government, and the local authorities. So we create a common language. So when a physical disaster happens, in any case, any disaster, okay, they can all have a common way of communicating, a common language, so to speak, that will be, the response will be agile. Okay, so that's about this. And so we can see here 2 complementary impacts of research. Educate EU, let's say, could say that the research can be transformed into digital, let's say, service, and the living lab could be transformed. The research could be a tool for local, let's say, for local regions. Okay, so that's very important. Oops. All right. The added value of the alliance is the complementarity. First of all, the added value is that no university of the 7 universities of the alliance works alone. Okay, so it supports complementary expertise from all 7 universities. It creates wider research and stakeholder networks. It builds stronger links between research and education and provides opportunities for joint proposals. We have about, so far, 6 proposals, common proposals through the Center of Excellence, mobility and doctoral cooperation, and transform the research into, as I said, digital services and a tool for regional solutions. Also, okay, all this is good value. However, there are many challenges that remain. Some of the major challenges are that the research structures should be incorporated in each university. It's very difficult, and I think somebody before, I think the first speaker from NTUA pointed out, I think, has to be embedded in all universities and, if possible, to be uniform. We need long-term funding. We have to have a structure of long-term funding for the alliance, because the alliance cannot rely on short project cycles, okay, if we want to be sustainable. We need to align different university procedures. There are so many differences that have to be harmonized somehow, at least partly harmonized for the sake of the alliance, of the, let's say, operation of the alliance. Also, the digital transforms, which we developed all these platforms at the University of Thessaly. We are, let's say, the, the digital systems department from the University of Thessaly developed the virtual campus and other platforms which were presented in previous, so I didn't think it would be proper to present it here. So the platforms need stable operation, need maintenance, and all those things associated with this. There must be clear rules for ownership, reuse, who owns the licensing, the outputs, etc. And finally, more systematic stakeholder participation. All right, and then, all right. And finally, I would like to show you some, there are many opportunities, but we kind of collected here some that could be the vehicle for inter-alliance cooperation. Okay, at some point, this will come to surface if we want to be European universities of the future, and we sort out the way an alliance operates. If we have a stable operation, let's say, then we can think about inter-alliance cooperation. And you see here some from climate adaptation and challenges to responsible AI for higher education, cross-alliance proposals, and so on. So the closing message is that the research alliances become stronger actors in research if they combine the research structures, the digital solutions, living labs, and the regional ecosystems, and be open to get kind of to move from individual projects to more sustainable one, long-term, let's say, activities. And have to be sustainable, all this. This connection has to be stable and sustainable and hopefully we'll have a great future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Professor Samaras. Are any questions from our audience? Any questions for the European Alliance Invest? If not, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
And the formal presentation. We're now closing our session with the last European University Alliance. It is my pleasure to invite Professor Maria Psyllaki from the University of Piraeus and the EU-CONEXUS, the European University on AI in Curricula and Smart University and Return Mobility.
Hello to everybody. Thanks to the hosting university and to organize this session for all the alliances. So I think a good thing to go to this event and knowing each other and knowing, because finally I realized that we have, sorry, something happened. Okay. Okay, so I think that we have common challenges that we have to solve. So I will talk about our university, our alliance, sorry, the EU-CONEXUS, the European University on AI in Curricula, Smart University, and Return Mobility. So this alliance is, we have 10 universities, public and private universities, dedicated to creating a new, responsible and collaborative model of artificial intelligence in education. So the main objective is the following: to reshape learning, research and working methods through the use of AI. So since it's a new alliance, as I said, we are 10 different partner universities, private and public. You have from different countries, and the legal coordinator is Kozminski in Poland. And we have also more than 20 associate partners, such as municipalities and NGOs. We have more than 85,000 students that are impacted from this alliance. And then we have also partners in different regions. And we are going to see how they are involved, because I focused my presentation on the different points that they are, that the organizers asked us to answer. So the main point of this, I don't know if we have a pointer here. Is this a pointer? No. Yes. So the main objective is to establish a sustainable long-term inter-university governance structure, to promote AI-driven curricular micro-credential, to enhance open-AI research and interdisciplinary collaboration, to develop AI-assisted mobility center, to develop immersive virtual inter-university campus platform we'll show you, and also to engage cities for smart, green, and sustainable urban. So here is the MyAI University that you will see here. It's the virtual MyAI University. I will come after, but as I can see, it's an open space university that we have different spaces for students. We have a library, we have spaces that they can meet each other, they can talk, we have the library, and we have virtual amphitheaters. So it's a nice place that students can act virtually. But so I will explain in more details. First of all, so as the one that I show you, the MyAI University, is a development of MyAI University with virtual platform with generative AI tools. So we create avatars, we create courses to support collaboration, learning, and mobility. And our flagship is the Holistic Mobility Support Center. We enhance physical, virtual, and hybrid mobility with AI to include people from vulnerable groups and to integrate them in this MyAI University. So this is for the return mobility for people that they have left university in order, migrants or other people, in order to be able to come and increase their capabilities and their knowledge. So according to the theme of this conference, we have this, as explained before, the collaborative platform where we put all our resources, our data, our tools, our models across, and all institutions put their input. As I said, we have the AI repository for cross-sectional research. We have 3 excellence centers with AI. The responsible and trustworthy AI, human AI interaction, and AI in education observatory. Then we have incubators. We have annual open innovation challenges for students, including PhD students. And also we have an award for outstanding AI research work. And then we have joint research work. So we have workshops, as others also Alliance said. We organize hackathons. We have also ethical guidelines and manuals for using AI. We have advisory board that I will explain later. And also we have joint research proposal and open accessory publications. So here the space. So the advisory boards, in order to include policy partners, as you can see, you have from different countries and from different with different backgrounds. We have Professor Freeman from Harvard, from MIT, from the University of Rotterdam, former Croatian president, Mrs. Katarina Grabar, and also experts from AI and from civil society. Urban Innovation and Smart University, we have co-created 10 local smart green university labs with NGO and local governments. So this is to cities we want to co-design with other universities, solution using AI, Internet of Things, and big data analytics to develop more sustainable and more smart green cities. And this has been developed by university teams. Train the trainers in order to build capacities for other people, as I said, for municipalities, so for the third sector members and for municipal staff, as I said. What we did is we made technical content accessible for people that are non-technical, as I said, for people that they want to return to increase their knowledge. And also, we have external stakeholders from civil society organizations, we have NGOs, think tanks, regional governance agency, mentors, and people from committees that they consult us. So, and I will finish my presentation. It's very short, but it's focused on what we have been asked. So here there are some joint programs from different, either Erasmus Plus, either Horizon. So where different EU and partners jointly, they submit proposals, and here you have the titles. Here, for example, it was submitted where UNIP, University of Piraeus, participate, Bridges, Building Digital Readiness for Integrated Green Enterprise Sustainability. And then you can see from other universities. So it was from 3 partners from our alliance with the Zagreb School of Economics and Management and Helbrunn University, HTV, sorry. That's a public university also. And here also are some other projects that we developed. Partners work together and develop and submit some proposals. So this was the main point that I want to present you regarding, as I said, the question that they had to more explain, to more develop. I didn't say many things in our, I said the main point of our alliance, and I didn't give many details about my AI University and how the avatars we create and what we are going to do, but the main point is the My AI University and the Mobility Return Center that we created, and we think this is the focus, this is the main points of our alliance. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so I'm the scientific coordinator of the alliance.
Thank you very much, Professor Filaki, for your presentation. Okay, are any questions from our audience for Professor Filaki? If not, thank you very much. Once again, from our sessions, I believe it is clearly demonstrated that we both, the European University Alliance, have shown their potential, both in research and innovation as a great ecosystem for now and for the future. So let's join our forces, and thank you all our speakers for being with us today and for showing us their insightful presentations. So now we're continuing with our next session, that is EU-CONEXUS Opportunities for Students, Bachelor, Master, and PhD Achievements Prospect. I would like to invite the 2 chairs, Ms. Christina Zadioti from Agricultural University of Athens and Mr. Bogdan Georgie from Technical University of Civil Engineering of Bucharest.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, so welcome you to the next session, EU-CONEXUS Opportunities for Students. First, I want to thank you, AUA, for this opportunity to invite the next speaker. I think she's the perfect person to start this session. She loves students. She told me once that we are the future, the youngers. So it's my pleasure to invite Ilinca Anastase, Vice Director for Research and International Relations in UTCB. So.
Thank you, Bogdan, for this interesting introduction. Well, I would like also to express my gratitude to AUA for this perfect organization of this event, and also for seeing a session that is dedicated directly to the students and to the opportunities that are provided for them. And as Bogdan said previously, in the EU-CONEXUS Alliance, I think that there is a lot of passion around the students and around the opportunities that we try to create for them, starting with the bachelor level and going beyond after the life of the PhD students, also trying to improve the life of early researcher career, early career researchers. And I was in charge for this current phase that will end of the project with a part of the doctoral studies in the Alliance, and I'm very proud to have this opportunity to talk to you a little bit. And if I was a student, I would be very glad to have this opportunity to engage in a very interesting environment. You saw that what European alliances are. You saw that everybody is taking to promote in a creative way ways of cooperation at all levels. And EU-CONEXUS, it is not different from what you see from our sister alliances. We are more 9+1 partners, 9+1 universities, and more than 160,000 students in one alliance. And we have this common topic around smart, sustainable coastal areas. And we struggled in the beginning to find all the connections for all the partners, but we found a way now. And I'd like to tell you something about these possibilities, these endless opportunities that are opening for you, for the students. Well, if I'm presenting advantages for my students in my universities, one key message, one possible answer why to engage with EU-CONEXUS would be the fact that you have the possibility to learn more, you have the possibility to travel, to discover new countries, to discover new labs, to see new ways of doing things, and to build a career for the future. There are a lot of activities that have been created in the past 8 years in the first phase of the project that funded our alliance, but also in this current second phase, and we are trying to prepare for the future. You will find a lot of activities that are offered for the bachelor level, for the master. We are trying also to extend what it have been proved as a successful way of doing a European joint master. For the doctoral studies, there are a lot of activities as well and other possibilities, but also the early career researchers are trying to be connected, and I will tell you a little bit more. Well, in the first place, I would think that the main advantage is that there are unlimited possibilities for our different types of European degrees and certification. In an ecosystem that offers a lot of multiple programs, we prepared the shared curricula. As you can see, we are special because these 9 universities are not the same. And I was thinking for UNICOAST Alliance that we have similar approaches. We are not the same, but somehow what it was difficult in the beginning in order to align our programs succeeded to be, I think, the most creative path. And we have our university, which is the Technical University of Civil Engineering, Bucharest, only engineering. And we have the other universities, some of them have also a part of engineering, some of them are focused on bioscience and life science and health science. And we somehow created possible ways of cooperation. I would like to start with the bachelor opportunities. We promoted several minor courses for the bachelor in EU-CONEXUS, but also other types of exchanges and mobilities for the students with Erasmus funding, but not only. Also blended and intensive learning approach in a multidisciplinary project. One other example of joint initiative is the successful EU-CONEXUS Joint Master Program in Marine Biotechnology that allowed us to take the first step for other joint programs. And another joint program was successfully accredited a couple of weeks before in Southeast Technological University. Well, why opt for a joint program, any type of program? Imagine that you are a master's student, you are enrolling in your first year in one university, then you go into an extended mobility for the second year abroad, and you could continue with your research program for the master thesis preparation in another lab or at a company, and in the same time having a joint diploma from all our 9 partners or from a part of them. And this way you'll have not only this international diploma, but much more. You will build your curriculum upon challenge-based topics, and you'll have the opportunity to see how work is done in a very different environment, in a transversal way. Other types of learning and training possibilities are offered in EU-CONEXUS, such as the micro-credentials, but not only, other training programs as well, with different types of certification. They happen on a physical basis or online or in a mixed mode. And this type of opportunities is promoted all year around. And right now, for instance, we have a course which is dedicated to green infrastructure as a micro-credential, but other programs are as well. I put on these slides some codes, some QR codes, and you can also scan them to see our offer. What students gain from this participation in EU-CONEXUS? Of course, these activities provide much more than academic knowledge. The students have the possibility to learn how to work effectively in an international environment, in interdisciplinary teams, and to strengthen their digital competencies, to gain deeper understanding, and I think that perhaps more important is that they could develop confidence and independence and an international perspective, which is a lot from our point of view. Research opportunities for students are also offered in our alliance. Students can gain access to modern infrastructure and to laboratories. They can collaborate with the researchers from different countries and to be exposed in a first time to the research environment. This is the case of the Open Lab Hours initiative that are intended to promote this type of cooperation, not only to provide the students the possibility to gain knowledge, but to see how research is done in the labs, and to have a first perspective on the research infrastructure that we have in our alliance. And another interesting initiative is the Student Research Hubs. These hubs are multidisciplinary teams that are putting together bachelor, master, and PhD students as a first approach of multidisciplinary cooperation. There is a variety of opportunities for the PhD students under the framework of the EU-CONEXUS Doctoral School, where courses that are open to everybody are provided online, and students can also benefit from joint co-supervision, but also they can benefit of co-tutels that have been funded through different types of projects. One of the most appreciated activities for the doctoral students was dedicated to summer school. Until now we had 5, and next we'll have a 6th summer school in Cyprus. These summer schools are very interesting because they provide the opportunity to the students to meet, to connect each other. Each year they have a special topic that is selected by the students and for the students, and other cultural activities in order to, then this way they can network together. And of course, research excellence requires more than scientific expertise, and researchers also need skills in communication. Other types of initiatives are provided for them, such as the initiation of a community of practice for early career development, where trainings, for instance, for communication in science are promoted, but not only international mobilities, short-term postdoctoral mobilities. This type of activities was developed also under the framework of a project, which is a strategic project for EU-CONEXUS, EU-CONEXUS Enable. Here we, just some numbers, we trained 165 early career researchers and 11 mobilities for postdoctoral students happened until now, but long-term mobility will happen as well, and 5 co-tutel grants were awarded. Another strategic project was developed by the University of La Rochelle, and there I think that we attend a number of 7 co-tutels that are funded under the Marie Curie Co-Fund program. So we need your voice, we need your engagement. I would like to emphasize that the true impact of our alliance is described by the students themselves and their achievements, and I think that it is very nice to have this type of session. In a few minutes you will have also the opportunity to hear the voice of the students that have participated to these activities and were directly involved. And their experience are probably more convincing than anything that I could say to you. And yes, I think that we have this great opportunity, all of us, not only the students, to connect, to be together and to discover how we can grow together. Because it is not a project, it is not an alliance, it's our European university and our possibility to be how it was mentioned before, the sum of the parts is more than the whole. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ilinka. If someone in the audience has any questions, I see no. Yeah, we can discuss after. Yep. I think we can move on.
Okay. So good afternoon also from my side. So as Professor Nastase said, voices matter. So it's time to hear from some of our students and hear some of their experiences. So I would like to call Miss Athanasia Eli Stefanaki, that is a member of the EU-CONEXUS Student Board, also has participated to the EU-CONEXUS minors, to share her experience.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stefanaki Nasia, and I'm a fourth-year biotechnology student in the Department of Applied Biology and Biotechnology at the Agricultural University of Athens. I am active in the EU-CONEXUS activities for almost 1.5 years now, and I must say it's been an incredible journey so far. The program that really got me into the spirit of EU-CONEXUS was the minor program, and especially the one in blue economy and growth. This program gave me the opportunity to explore my interest in marine biotechnology, but also at the same time discover new areas of interest, new topics, which I wouldn't be able to do through my university's curriculum alone. Also, this semester, I was very happy to visit the beautiful city of La Rochelle for the purposes of one of the courses. The fact that I took part into vivid workshops in a foreign country and exchanged ideas with people from different backgrounds, it was really inspiring. And the fact that we had to cooperate into teams and develop new ideas, it was a very creative process and really brought the topic, which was entrepreneurship, into life. And beyond the classroom, I'm also a student board representative since past March. And I've been to one physical student board meeting in Bucharest this past March, and also I have attended several online meetings. This experience was also very unique, but in a whole different level. I learned how important it is for me, but also in general for students to take active part in decision-making processes, and also use their voice to drive actual difference. And in fact, I was honored to be the sole representative of our student board in the European Students' Union Conference in Malta a few weeks ago, in which I had the opportunity to meet a lot of young student representatives and student leaders from all across Europe and discuss with them, exchange good practices, and discuss about the future of higher education in Europe, and also discuss about how our alliances work or can be enhanced. And this was a very eye-opening experience and really changed my perspective of how I see the university setup. All in all, I believe that EU-CONEXUS is a very multi-purpose and creative mattress for students to express themselves, find and discover new interests, broaden their horizons, and do so many different things. So this is why I think it's very important for those activities to be promoted so students can be aware and take part. Thank you very much for your attention. Now I'm going to give the floor to the next student to share their experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now I would like to invite Miss Ioanna Pergamali, micro-credential student, to also share her experience.
Hello everyone, my name is Ioanna Pergamali and I'm a student in the Department of Crop Science at the Agricultural University of Athens. My experience with EU-CONEXUS started when I applied for the micro-credential lectures, and this February I participated in the winter school in Zadar. It was a unique experience, not only because I became a student in a different university with new teachers, different teaching methods, but also because I met a lot of new people. We shared our knowledge, I got inspired from them, and also it was an experience where we also explored the city, we did a lot of activities together. Here are some of my favorite pictures, and my favorite memory is this one where we watched the sunset in the Sea Organ. We waited all the week to see the sunset because it was raining. This is something that I will always remember, and I'm really grateful that I had this experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now it's time to call on the podium Ms. Panagiotta Malouchou, that participated in the Student Research Hubs and the Open Lab Hours of EU-CONEXUS.
Hello, my name is Panagiotta Malouchou and I'm studying Food Science and Human Nutrition. My journey in EU-CONEXUS started 2 years ago through Student Research Hub programs with Evanthea Hadzoglou and Christina Zadiotti. And it was really inspiring for me because there I understood my love for the aquaculture sector and generally for the aquaculture science. That's why for the last 2 years I'm trying to focus more to learn and understand the nature and how aquaculture works. That's why I am enrolled in a lot of student research hub programs and to the minor ones, so I can have better opportunities to the future and I understand exactly what I want to do. So for me, the EU-CONEXUS is a great opportunity to learn more about your science and to understand how everything works, and it gives you the opportunity to interact with a lot of different professors and learn new strategies and programs. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, I would like to invite Ms. Christina Anna Stafili, that was a student in the Joint Master Program in Marine Biotechnology.
Okay, hello again. From those that were here during the session 1, I'm a PhD candidate at the Agricultural University of Athens at the Lab of Food Process Engineering. And I've started my journey in EU-CONEXUS when I joined the Joint Master Program in Marine Biotechnology. I would like to mention a few things because that was a 2 years experience that really cannot be summed up in a few minutes, of course. So, not here, here, sorry. Okay, so what I want to point out is that this master gave me the opportunity to meet people from all over the world. I had classmates from USA, Africa, Asia, Europe, Russia, and I had the opportunity to share many moments with them, as you can see in our first semester in Valencia. I have some photos here. And apart from meeting all these people from all these different backgrounds, I also had the opportunity to get to know marine science, marine biotechnology. I believe that marine biotechnology is a science of the future because now we are starting to investigate these kind of topics. So the first semester in Valencia, we get to know all the marine biodiversity and the different ways that we can work on that and we can apply biotechnology on this field. On our second semester in La Rochelle, we got more into chemistry. And of course, we managed to overcome a lot of difficulties since that was the first year of this master. So this brought us very close together with our classmates and our professors. Finally, I managed to travel also in Scotland to perform my internship there. That was on microalgae. And I had the opportunity to see the really unique ecosystem of Highlands, the North Scotland. And finally, I came back to where I started, which is Athens. I did my ARI, Academic Research Integration, and my master's thesis at Professor Flemetakis' laboratory, where we investigated bacteriophages and how we can integrate them into packaging. And this is what brought me closer to Professor Tsironi, my supervisor for my PhD right now. So I'm mentioning this because apart from the fact that you can travel all over Europe and you can have all these different opportunities, all these different experiences, meet all of these people, learn a lot of things about marine biotechnology, of course, it gives you also the opportunity for the future. And by saying that, I'm just referring to this here that I managed to have a publication from my master thesis with the professors I mentioned earlier. So I'm really grateful that I took this step and I joined the Joint Master Program Marine Biotechnology for all of the things that I mentioned so far and many others that I don't really have the time to explain right now. So thank you. That was my experience.
Thank you very much. So now it's time to address any questions. So if you have any questions for the students, it's time to ask them. No? So thank you very much for joining this session. Let's hope that we will get more student voices heard in the future with new experiences. Thank you.
We now move to the coffee break. I don't know the organizers. Do you still have the coffee break?